Okay, we're live.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Irvington Planning Board meeting of May 6, 2026. I'd like to introduce the village representatives tonight. Sarah Palermo, she's the gatekeeper on Zoom. Ed Marin, he's building inspector. Douglas Hahn, he's our village consultant engineer. Mary Ann Stessich, she's the village attorney. We have a new member who was just appointed by the trustees. Name is Lauren with a Y at the end. Stone. And then there's Dan McGillicott. I'm Caesar Manfredi, the chairman, Mike LaFuco. Two regular members are not here tonight. That's Mike Smith and Lori Davidowitz. There's going to be some resolutions, and for the record, there will be blank spots on the approvals. They are not no votes. They're just not here. Okay. Thank you. The order of March. Number 1, 88 Fargo Lane. Number 2, 32 South Cotton Street. Number 3, 3 Shady Lane. 4, Castle Road, Lot 2. Number 5, 55 Field Terrace. Number 6, 1 Hudson Road East. Number 7, 46 Manor Pond Lane. And number 8, 76 North Broadway, AKA Varmer, Maxon Pro. Okay, number 1. 88 Fargo Lane.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Aren't you glad we're doing Zoom? You didn't have to travel here in the rain.
Very glad. Thank you.
But we did.
I'm sorry. It's still a beautiful day.
Yeah, it was. Any days.
So good evening, everybody, and thank you for hearing me. We come back this evening with an amended set of drawings reflecting a greatly reduced footprint of proposed disturbance. The driveway alteration now nets a form that sits more or less directly on top of the existing driveway with some adjustments to alignment and orientation in order to improve safety and vehicular ingress and egress. We are, of course, proposing the removal of a conflicting spruce tree. Since the last meeting, we did commission an assessment from arborist Michael Nowak, and the tree is found to be dangerous and a danger to public health, safety, and welfare. It's leaning considerably over the house, has some structural damage and issues with the root system. We've also reworked the proposed planting plan. There is no conflict whatsoever with any line of sight for any of the abutters. And we are now proposing a white oak tree as a replacement for the spruce tree, and that is because the size of the spruce tree was understated on the survey, and pursuant to Mr. Nowak's report, we wanted to propose something slightly larger with a higher ecological value than what we were proposing last week, or excuse me, during the last meeting. That pretty much sums it up. I yield the floor back to the planning board. Thank you.
I saw the new plan. There's substantial change from the initial. Could you bring up the current so we can just see what you changed?
Of course, yes.
Everybody can see it then.
Yes, of course. L101 presents the best view here. The existing driveway is shown in this crisscrossing hatch pattern.
We're not seeing it yet. I don't know if you got the share screen.
Give me 1 second. My apologies.
There you go. Okay.
So this crisscrossing hatch pattern is the existing driveway, and overlaid on that is the light gray shadowing, the light gray solid hatch pattern.
Yeah, previously you had the driveway going all the way to the west.
That's
Down-
correct, Mr. Chair. We were coming all the way down to this little portion of existing easement that services 92 Fargo Lane below.
Okay, that's
And
a
of course,
substantial change, and there was a tree down there that we were concerned
yeah,
about,
yes, sir, that would be this oak tree right here.
and that's not in danger, right? presume.
None whatsoever. The proposed work is literally just this X right here is the spruce tree in question. There's no proposed removals or any work that's anywhere near any other specimen trees or any trees at all for that matter.
The tree overhanging the house, where was that?
That would be this X right here.
Oh.
Now
Okay.
that tree, Mr. Chair, just so you know, of course, that over the years, having all the paving around it, the root system has sort of come up out of the ground. So this area is considerably mounded
Mm.
also. So that mound, we're going to reduce that mound, or that's what we're proposing anyway. And of course, you can see the existing driveway for God knows what reason is at an odd angle to the entrance to the garage, to where backing out of the garage, you're kind of backing straight into that tree. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you. Ed, the coverage now without the change from the previous situation to now.
Can you bring up the one you revised?
That
The revised coverage sheet, is that?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Excuse me.
This is the one they sent us.
Yes,
This is the one I circulated on Monday.
so they don't need a variance then, or do they?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, are you talking
I was
to?
talking to Ed. I was talking to the
Got
building.
it.
They still need a variance for the driveway.
Oh, so the side lot setback.
That's-
Okay. And not the
That-
cover.
By the way, Mr. Chair, the variance
Yeah.
is this little area right here. It's plus or minus 17 square feet.
Yeah, looks like a Bermuda Triangle. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Any comment from the board? Warren?
I guess my question would be, is the plan to replace where that little X is, where you're saying this is the spruce tree, is to replace it with another tree?
Yes, ma'am. And you can see that on L300. This
Sure.
QWO is a quercus, a white oak. And
Okay.
you might also notice we've moved all these, and these are mitigation plantings. These are all natives and pollinators down here, by the way, but we've removed previously there were amelanchiers, and they were located in an area that the abutters at 90 Fargo had voiced some concerns about. So that's been completely amended.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I was just asking because if this tree's already causing problems, with sort of the paving near it and the roots growing up, does it make more sense for you guys to plant something with not such strong roots? Because wouldn't you be running into the same problem several years from now?
Well, we would accept the replacement, the oak, which is,
Mhm.
very strong tree, huge root system, is all the way over here. It's way
Understood.
over.
Okay, got it. Sorry. I thought you were saying you were placing another tree where you're removing the tree. That's where I was confused.
Oh, got it. I may have said that, and if that's the case, I apologize. That's not correct.
Sure. No further questions.
All right, Warren, thank
I have no questions. Thank you.
you. I have no further.
No question.
Is there anybody in the room that has a question on this property? No. Sarah, any Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hands. There are no comments in the chat.
Mary Ann, do we have a resolution
Yeah.
for this?
Whereas in April 2026, we asked to list a couple of,
Just telling you she's reading what she's holding.
yeah. Whereas in April 2026, Vassilis Bacopoulos applied for site development plan approval to construct a new driveway and retaining wall at his house at 88 Fargo Lane, which is located in the View Preservation District. And whereas the original application was for an oversized driveway, a good part of which would count as coverage, and which would extend over neighboring property, and which did not include an undocumented walkway and shed. And whereas the planning board encouraged the applicant to reduce the size of the driveway, whereas the applicant revised his plans to add the undocumented features, reduce the driveway size, and maintain the entire driveway on his own property. Whereas Han Engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated April 3rd, listed a number of issues, most of which were addressed. And whereas Suzanne Nolan, the village landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made several recommendations which were addressed in subsequent submission. Whereas the planning board held a public hearing on April 8th and May 6th. And whereas proposed improvements would not negatively impact the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties. This type 2 action under SECREN therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Bacopoulos Residence, prepared by Christopher Utchig. And then the sheets are designated, and the drawings entitled Bacopoulos Residence, prepared by Landscape Design Consulting. And those sheets are listed all subject to receiving a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for a side yard setback, and 2, complying with the items in Han's May 4th, 2026 memorandum.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Make a motion to accept the resolution as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Hi.
Hi.
Any opposed? No opposed. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for fixing things at the point where we can improve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Take care. Number 2 is 32 South Continent Street.
Good evening.
Good evening. You look familiar. How's it going?
Good to see you. James Kraft from Studio Park, representing John and Brittany from 32 South Continent. We have received our latest comments back from the board and Han Engineering with a couple of minor open things to address. I'm not sure if you'd like us to walk through what we did from revision from our first plan to this revision.
Yeah, briefly, that would be good, because there may be somebody here new.
Let me
New board member.
share my screen real quick. So the biggest item that we had to address was to provide an FAR comparison throughout the neighborhood. We had previously provided a coverage comparison, but we did the research of an FAR comparison and included that, and then answered some other questions.
Did you bring up the new comparison?
Will do. So you
Blow
can
it
see
up blow it up so we can see it.
Sure. So here's the FAR comparison for the majority of the properties that were in our coverage comparison. So we focused on what was on South Continent and South Buckeye. You can see that, as majority of the spaces are still over coverage or over FAR and over coverage in this case, we still move up to about the middle of the neighborhood, for lack of a better term, based upon our proposed. So we're still well within what the other neighbors have done at this time. And beyond that, minus some other clarifications, we also did make a minor proposed change to a walkway on the northern side of the lot. Previously, we had kept in an existing or proposed existing system that we believed was probably going to get more or less destroyed and wasn't really accommodating things. So we've also changed all of our coverages and everything related to that. Other than that, from a design perspective, we haven't really changed anything. We've just clarified a couple of the open items that remained. And at this time, we're just hoping to get a referral to the zoning board so that we can address the open requests for variances.
There's a couple of issues I'm sure you addressed. It looks like you did.
Yep.
Just for everybody. Construction access, there was a concern. Looks like you took care of that.
Construction access was noted, but when we changed our scope of work, we didn't change our area of work. We've already prepared for that, and you'll see that we've changed that, and we'll be submitting this back to the board. We've also corrected the patio in the rear yard, which was one of the comments that got not included, and that's going to be coming back as needed. We've started to do that work. We just haven't finished it since we received the comments on Monday.
Yeah, and our landscape architect, Susan Nolan, we talked about compaction of root zones and protecting the street tree.
And we addressed that in the latest, and I don't believe we got any additional comments back from Susan in this
Yeah,
round.
I just wanted to, that was good. And Doug, the drainage was okay?
Yeah, he addressed pretty much all our comments, a couple minor things.
Any other comments from the board?
I have none.
I have none further anyway. Mike,
None for me.
anybody in the room? Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Mary Ann, do we have a resolution?
Yeah. Whereas in April 2026, John Waldron applied for site development plan approval to construct an addition and new rear deck on his house at 2 South Cottonwood Street, which is located in the View Preservation District, and which the proposed construction requires variances for coverage, FAR, both side yard setbacks, front yard setback. On engineering reviewed the plans, and in a memorandum dated April 3rd listed a number of issues, most of which were addressed in a subsequent submission. Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and made several recommendations which were addressed in subsequent submission. The planning board held a public hearing on April 8th and May 6th. Proposed improvements would not negatively impact the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties. It's type 2 action under secret and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Proposed Additions and Alterations 32 South Cottonwood Street, prepared by Hudson Engineering and Consulting, and it's just sheets are listed. And the drawings entitled SCT Addition Renovation 32 South Cottonwood, prepared by Studio Park, and the sheets are listed. Subject to 1, receiving variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals for coverage, FAR, both side yard setbacks and the front yard setback, and 2, complying with the items in Hans May 4th, 2026 memorandum.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions on the resolution?
Yep.
I make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, thank you very much, and good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Number 3 is 3 Shady Lane. Not to be influenced by the name Shady. Is anybody
Sorry. Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Boyer. I'm from Michael Lewis Architects. I'm here to present 3 Shady Lane on behalf of Brooke Bridges and Andre Frank, who are our clients.
Let me set the stage here for a second, which I should have done. This is a previously approved site plan, and it came in for an alteration due to site conditions, I presume. Go ahead.
Yeah, the alterations are just a reduction of scope of work because the owners chose to reduce the scope of work. A portion of this work was completed between 2019 and 2020. As a result of COVID, the project stopped, and so now they want to renew their permit. So they want to do it with, as I said, a reduced scope of work. Originally, the work that was approved was a cellar, first floor, and attic rear addition, along with a front porch and retaining walls. And so the owner would now like to remove the first floor addition, and they would like to extend the first floor deck to cover the cellar below. They would also like to add a stair from the deck level to grade. I think it's probably good if I share my screen. I have a comparison of what was originally approved and what we're proposing.
Yeah,
So-
while you're describing that, the emphasis on the footprint changing or not changing?
Yeah, the footprint changes slightly. Over here on the right hand, you can see that we added the stair from the deck level down to grade. And what that does is it adds 88.8 square foot of coverage to the originally approved. But beyond that, there are no real changes to the coverage. We did eliminate there was a tiered retaining wall in the front of the house. They chose to eliminate that. So this is the originally approved plan showing the retaining wall. And then this is the proposed plan where the retaining wall has been eliminated. The upper retaining wall has already been completed. I'll just mention that this is the footprint of the first floor addition over here in the existing site plan. And so here on the proposed back to the existing structure.
Now, the coverage from the retaining wall that was removed, is that equal to the new coverage from the steps?
It's not, no. I believe that was around 8. And we're adding 88.8 square feet for this new stair. It, has a landing at the bottom and at the top. So the footprint essentially stays the same with the exception of this new stair. And then we did remove a retaining wall over here. So
And the increase in coverage,
It's still under 60%
so
allowed.
there's didn't push it into a variance.
No.
Okay, go ahead. If you're done, let me know.
yeah, I'm done. Yep.
Okay. Anybody have any questions?
No.
Lauren? Dan?
No.
Me, no. Mike?
No questions.
Anybody in the room? Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Mary Ann?
Whereas in December 5th, 2018, the planning board granted site development plan approval to Brooke Bridges and Andre Frank to construct additions and related improvements to their house at 3 Shady Lane. And was a portion of the work was completed in 2019, but the project was not completed and the building permit expired. In May 2026, the applicants applied to renew the special permit, but for a reduced scope of work, which requires revised site development plan approval. On engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated May 4th found no issues with the applications. Was the planning board held a public hearing on May 6th. Type 2 action under secret, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board grants the application for revised site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled modifications to 3 Shady Lane prepared by Michael Lewis Architect. No conditions.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions on the resolution? No. Make a motion to approve the resolution as written, as spoken.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Well, anybody opposed? No. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the clarity on the differences in the coverage. That was went well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much and have a great night.
All right. Thank you.
Did you do the minutes?
Oh, no.
Yeah, dude, it's important.
I got caught up in the
Yeah, I just thought.
substitute
Yeah.
new member here. We'll take a minute timeout to look at the minutes. Mary Ann, you have any questions on the minutes?
No, I added it.
Speaking of the minutes of April 8th, 2026, I make a motion to approve. Sarah, Lauren, you weren't here, so you don't vote on it. The minutes of April 8th, 2026. Make a motion to approve those minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Luckily, we have three, enough of the quorum. Okay, moving right along. Looking at number 4, Castle Road, lot number 2. Thank you, Mary Ann. And I even have it written at the top of my
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Hi again, everyone. I'm Andrew Loy, project designer at Shapeless Studio. I'm returning to share our progress on Castle Road, Lot 2, on behalf of the homeowners Jennifer and Tarek. I'm here tonight with Alex, our landscape architect from Dirtworks Landscape Architecture, if you could let him into the room, and Jim from Cronin Engineering, our civil engineer. Since last month, we've resolved a majority of the comments that we received from Doug and Suzanne, minus 1 or 2. These had largely pertained to pool safety, plantings and fencing in the conservation area, outdoor lighting, and a footing drain, also in the conservation area. I'll turn it over in a second to Alex and Jim, who can speak to these topics, because there is 1 or 2 outstanding issues. But beforehand, I wanted to address the item that was brought up last month in terms of coverage. Let me share my screen real quick. So a member of the board had brought up the size of the pool patio. We are kind of just under the maximum allowed coverage. So he had suggested going to the zoning board to request greater lot coverage to make this deck or pool patio a little bit bigger. We had a conversation with the homeowners and kind of appreciate your feedback, but they're ultimately comfortable with the amount of patio space that we have. I'm not sure if it was clear last time, but this entire section here is a covered outdoor patio space. So together with the homeowners, we kind of determined that there was enough paved space for kind of recreation outside. And so they don't wish to request extra coverage now and are fine with not doing that in the future as well. However, another comment that was made last month was in terms of the pool being immediately adjacent to the lawn, which we felt like was totally valid. So we've reduced the dimension of the pool by a handful of inches and introduced a river rock splash edge around the perimeter. We're still under the allowed coverage, but that should help with maintenance of the lawn and hopefully take care of some of your concerns from last month. Also noted during the meeting was the location of our pool equipment. It had been closer to the patio here. Because of noise, which again, totally valid comment, we've shifted it a little bit further from the recreation areas and kind of inset it within plantings here. We've also taken out a mulch path that had been kind of linking the driveway to that pool equipment. We decided to cut that out of the scope altogether, just so it isn't impacting our lot coverage. Okay, so from an architectural standpoint and zoning standpoint, I think that covered everything from my point of view. I'll turn it over to either Alex or Jim if one of you want to kind of jump in and.
Sure, I'll jump in first. We resubmitted, we submitted a letter that addressed all the 25 comments that were made previously by Doug and Suzanne. So I think that based on the memo that I saw from Doug, he's down to 5 comments, and I think they're mainly just comments about the screening and the landscaping. The first comment was that the board needs to issue a wetland permit for this project, since some of the disturbances within 100 feet of Halsey Pond, the edge of Halsey Pond. So as far as I'm concerned, all the engineering issues have been taken care of. There is the elephant in the room, I guess, if you will, about the footing drain location. The footing drain location is obviously based on gravity and based on the elevation of the first floor of the house and the basement elevation footings. So it was really it needed to be installed slightly into the buffer area to make it via gravity. It's, in my mind, it's really it's not a structure, certainly not a structure. It's a 4-inch PVC pipe with a little bit of riprap at the end of it, just to slow any water that's going to come out of it. It will likely not discharge more than a gallon, I would say, a minute, if that. And that's only after an intense storm, likely. So in my mind, it's really not an issue. I know how much effort everybody went into about the conservation buffer during the subdivision of this property. I was at every meeting for about a year, so as you guys were, or many of you. But again, I don't see it as an issue. It's not something that you're going to see. It's not above ground. It's just it's at the surface. So that said, hand it over to Alex if you want to talk about the landscaping, Alex. Unless, of course, the board wants to discuss that issue about the footing drain.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
That's part of a bigger issue on the fence, but it's all
Yeah.
one issue initially. But we'll get back to that. Let's move on to we're going to clear up these other
Absolutely. So
other smaller things. Not that they're insignificant, it's just not as big as go or no go.
we want to make sure we're addressing every point. And I think some of those small items we're not concerned about. I'm happy to address any of them that you wish, and specifically, but we have been in contact with Suzanne, who has, as mentioned in the letter, had some very minor requests for us in terms of plant sizes and types. We've made all those. We don't anticipate any issues on our next submission. So that should all be fine. I think the fence is the biggest issue in there, and we wanted to address that directly right now if we can.
Yeah.
So if I can share screen, we have a graphic here.
What are you going to show?
Oh, just a diagram of the fence. Is that okay?
Let's hold on that.
Oh,
But you can bring it up, and then I'm going to ask some questions. I don't want to get to the fence. I have a few other things.
Oh, I can pause on that if you like.
You can bring it up, but eventually we're going to get to it.
Okay.
Okay, pool patio and equipment, you took care of that. We asked if it's possible for temporary parking because Castle Road is a small road and a lot of workmen showing up could clog up the road. And somebody said that it's possible you look at it. So I don't know if you looked at it.
Yeah, well, I can answer that, Caesar. So we did add a note to the site plan that the area inside the U-shaped retaining wall that's been there forever, that would be used for worker parking and material storage and staging. It's a perfect area.
You have that on the plan?
Can't see it. Yes, it's on the plan, Jeff. You
And
can't see it.
building
You can't see
inspector
it from
not
Castle
addressed.
Road. Yeah.
Okay. electric panel was in the side yard setback. Did you move it?
We move that as well, correct. That's,
Is it shown on the plan in this?
it is, yep. It's been moved towards that same wall, off the edge of the driveway.
If you spoke to Suzanne, she talked about the screening for the pool. And she did speak that you are work in progress on the size, and the location seems to be okay. It's just big plants, little plants, somewhere in between. And she indicated to me Monday that you're working on that.
Yes, yeah, we spoke with her, and it's pretty straightforward. It's just minor adjustments to the actual specifics.
On the construction schedule, I noticed you're starting in October. I want to remind you that the plantings in the buffer have to go first before Ed will issue a building permit for the rest of the construction. And October is not an ideal time in availability of the plantings that would need to go in first. So you may want to consider reserving, if that's the way to go, for the plantings that are needed before anything else is done. Since you're starting in October, some nurseries don't have everything that you may need for the buffer. Okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that was absolutely our intent. We would be wanting to do that anyway. As soon as we have an indication that it looks like we'll be able to meet that schedule, then we'll be reserving all the other nurseries for that very reason.
We asked for some kind of internal markings for the buffer on the internal side. On the external side is a fence. On the inside side, we would like to see, we asked for some kind of internal markings. The fellow on the Andrew was saying yes.
Yeah, we put stone markers. It's in the plan along that boundary.
Okay, thank you. The water permits you mentioned, and you're going to do that? Yeah.
They have to apply for it.
They have to apply. They didn't yet. They need to still apply for the water permit.
It's in Doug's.
Okay, now, in terms of the buffer, a minor thing with the footing drain, the footing drain outlet. You need to show the footing plan, footing location, footing drain location on the planting plan, so that a tree that's intended to be planted is not in the same spot. It gets a little crowded. So you need to do that so there's clarity as to, we'll get to the question of whether it should be there or not, but if we clear that hurdle, you need to show the location of the outlet and the trees so that they don't conflict. Okay, understood?
Understood.
Okay, now, whether the footing drain should be there, and this gets back to the fence. The fence is interesting. It took us a while, it took me a while to realize what was going on. Essentially, it's Venetian blinds, window Venetian blinds on. If you took it off the window and turned it on its side, you would have the fence, which is a series of slats vertically, which would require, as we read, a continuous concrete curb that these things go into, and gravel. Now, before I get to the other issues on the fence, we need to settle whether it can be there, as well as can the footing drain outlet be there. Those are things that have to be settled first. Can they even be there before we talk about height and looks and so forth? So, Mary Ann, you looked at that and you have some thoughts on that?
I don't have, well, I mean, I told you what it says, is that construction or addition of any structures within the conservation buffer is prohibited. The only, I think what Jim was referring to, it does say that drainage ways and or irrigation systems may be located on the conservation buffer, subject to approval by the planning board, provided that they're constructed and located in a manner that minimizes erosion and adverse impacts on landscape quality. Now, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know whether this drainage thing that they're putting there is a drainage way or a structure, whatever. Maybe have to ask Doug.
Doug?
I mean, it's a structure and it's a drain.
drainage way.
A drainage way.
Yeah,
There's no definition of drainage way.
no, I know, so we just.
I mean, it's the only elevation on site that they can actually drain. I mean, it's the only place that has pitch. So
It would seem
I don't see a lot. I don't.
footing drain is not necessarily a lot of water contributing to a drainage way from my view. So,
Yeah, I don't think
The
it's going to
question
see
is
much
whether
water.
it's a structure.
It's made of stone, so it's
Gravel.
natural. Yeah, it's made of
That's
stone.
for you. And then on the fences, and it says that,
hold on, Marianne.
oh, you want to finish up?
On
Okay.
the drain, there's a gray area and seems like it might be okay, but the fence is different.
Yeah, no, fences, this is the provision in the conservation easement on fences. Fences that visually recede and are made of dark and or natural materials, and that do not detract from the woodland nature of the area in the conservation buffer may be erected in the conservation buffer, subject to approval by the planning board and the ARB. So the question is whether it's well, it's not a natural material, the steel, but is it dark and does it detract from the woodland nature of the area?
All right, with that said, it needs to meet certain criteria, and I don't think these slats meet the look of a forest, in the forest fence. That's my personal opinion. I'm gonna poll the rest of the board. If there was to be a fence, I would think it should be black, because the other two fences on Castle, property number 3 and 34 Lewis had fences and they're black. And this fence, when you're looking at the slats from one way, it looks like a wall. When you look at the slats from another way, it looks like it's not there. And overall, I just don't think this type of fence belongs on Doon Road in the Hamptons, not necessarily in the forest, in the rather bucolic woodlands of Halsey Pond. And Ed has some questions on the pool requirements. It's whether it's structurally sound to be a pool protective fence.
We're gonna need some details showing that it meets the requirements of the state code for its in pressure and down pressure. Further, I think the gravel and concrete could be considered coverage. So I think something needs to be looked at.
Well, the gravel might be covered.
Well, the gravel is covered, and so is the curb.
The curb is below the gravel.
Yeah, well, true.
Yeah. All right, that's coverage problems, structural problems, because the only horizontal support is rather low, and as you get higher, and the next topic is height. As you get high, 6 foot, there's about 4 feet of unsupported length, which creates a problem if the deer jumps into it, and then there's an issue of the height of the fence, which is 6 foot, and some people think a deer fence should be 7 foot. Ed, is there something in the code about that?
A deer fence needs it. Our code only allows for a 6'6" fence.
6'6".
6'6" is maximum height. A deer fence needs additional approvals from the ARB.
Okay. So if you could go to 6'6", that's another issue. And then the color, I think it should be black. Those are the issues we laid out, and I don't know if you want to rethink the fence. And let me ask the rest of the board what they think. Or just on the fence.
Yeah, could they bring up the image of the?
Yeah.
Could you bring up your sketch or image of the fence that's
The
being
detail.
discussed?
Yes.
First, bring up the site plan, and you can show the fence going around the property. So it's not just a small portion; it's rather lengthy.
Yep. So we actually anticipated some of these comments, and so we came with a diagram that actually proposed some changes. Hearing the comments, I'm not sure that we're hitting all of them, but I'd like to show you this anyway to see if we're on the right track. if that's all
Read the
right.
site plan up first, so those who may not have been here the first time will know the extent of the fence, how it goes
Okay.
around the property and where it is, parallel to the other properties.
Yep, hold on. So here is the site plan in general. And you can see the dashed line is where we had proposed the fence. And I'll get to that in just a moment, but you can see how our strategy was to try to include both the pool protection fence as well as the required conservation easement fence in one cohesive piece. And so as part of that, we had originally proposed that fin fence, the slat fence, all the way around. Understanding that that doesn't meet the requirements for the character, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, we thought maybe we could have the conservation piece be a more appropriate fence for that type, and then switch back to the more custom residential fence once you get next to it, but keep the height the same all the way along, and then also add evergreen plantings in this corner to address some of the potential screening issues. In terms of that other fence, we thought we could do any of these or something else, if that's the preference. We're trying to get to that. Well, the description that you mentioned, where it's something that is black, yes, as the mesh, natural materials fades into it, so you don't really see the fence as much. So these were three kind of families of options that we thought we could do in that area to do that, and then it would switch back to that custom fence in the more residential part. Is that
I like option 2. I don't know.
Option 2 may have problems with the state code.
Oh,
The top
Well, they
doesn't-
can climb up.
I'm not sure about the support on the top rail.
they can climb up on those, like a rope ladder.
Right.
This has, I think this is a pretty typical deer fence, actually. You can have the ribs on the inside, so it's quite slippery on the outside, difficult to scale.
But you're using it as a pool fence, and the state code has specific criteria about foothold.
Right, but you still can't climb it, I think, from the outside. These ribs are just wires that are on the inside of the fence.
Ed is pretty good at pool protection because
Provide us the evidence that it meets the state code for a pool.
Sure, yeah, I think we need to
I'm
do that.
sure it doesn't.
Okay,
Ed can be wrong, but he's usually not. He said,
I don't want to
probably-
contradict Ed.
Okay. The fallback, I really don't like number 3. Yeah.
No.
Mike,
No, I think a version of number 2 that meets pool code. Ed, do we know of anybody using deer fence to meet pool code? Or any examples?
There's examples. The netting has to be at an angle. It has to be a quarter inch, 3/4.
you can settle this offline.
There's a lot. It's not one little thing. It's a lot of criteria that are involved.
But I think 2 is in the right direction in terms of how it blends in. Just got to find one that's works with the full code.
It also eliminates the curbing in the buffer zone.
Right.
But actually, there are 2 different types of fences you'll be using on the property.
Well, that's the idea,
I mean,
yeah.
closer to the house, you want a warmer fence rather than
the original, the slatted fence.
the slatted fence, and then away from there, you want the institutional look or whatever.
Yeah, you're still so that the slatted fences would be the fences visible from the nearby property, from the adjacent property, not necessarily from the public.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
We'll think about that. Think seriously about the slatted fences, because again, the tops of them have no horizontal support. So if the deer were to jump into it, I don't know how it. I mean, you can part a Venetian blind very easily, although they're a little thinner than what you have there.
Yeah, let us consider that, and we'll either return with more information on the structural aspects of it, or a revision, or both.
The post installation in the perimeter of the buffer is a lot more environmental, less damage, less interference with the buffer area.
Right. Yeah, that was another reason we liked this approach, right?
Keeping the slatted fence with the curb and the gravel, Ed has to look at that to see if it's a coverage issue, because you don't have any coverage to give. You're at the, I think last time I think somebody said you're 7 square feet under the coverage zoning requirement. So I don't think the gravel under the fence is probably going to exceed the 7 square feet. So Ed, you have to talk to Ed about that and see if that's an issue. And all these fences, the proposal to be black, I guess, black color.
Yes, these for sure. We had looked at possibly a dark brown or a corten on the thin fence, but I think that's still could go either way if there's a preference.
How does the board feel about the color? The existing fences on the two neighbors that are there are black. They're totally different fences, but they're black.
Probably stick with black or black forest green. So at least it's not so stark.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say you'd want black rather than detract from the neighbors.
Mike?
Stand out.
Yeah, I agree with black.
All right, and the switching the fence to one of the possibilities that you're showing up there, Mary Ann, that's a lot better in terms of can it be in the easement? That's a lot easier
You
to.
mean the middle one?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it seems to be dark material, and if you think it's,
Well, it's not a continuous curb. The footings are not continuous. It's post.
yeah.
Okay. All right, I think we're okay. The outlet for that footing drain, the only thing, I think we're okay with that. I heard what was said. And the only thing is you need to tell us where the plantings are in relation to that outlet.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll coordinate that.
Yep.
Okay, let me ask the board on the totality of the project. Lauren?
I guess my only question, but it seems like it was answered. I guess my question about the footing drain is what kind of water is draining from that? Is it gray water? Is it just water coming from the gutters? And if it's in the conservation buffer zone, does that have any environmental impact?
Okay, so it's none of the roof leaders are connected to that drain. So it'll be no roof water, which would be a lot. That's all going to the proposed Coltex in the rear yard. So it's just the footing drain itself, which will see water, I would imagine, after a very heavy storm.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it probably won't see much water at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not at the bottom of a hill where you get water flows downhill. Obviously.
I just noticed it was in a conservation zone. I was just curious.
It's I would agree that it's probably not that much water. And Ed, not Ed, Doug.
I wouldn't think so.
It's
either,
sort of
but-
up on the.
Yeah, it's kind of up on an elevated area.
That's my only.
If you're at the bottom of a hill where groundwater flows, just like surface water flows downhill, it would probably get more water. But where it is, probably minimal
I think
water.
they had good soils there too.
We did. Yep. We had pretty good soil. So that's why I'm saying I don't expect it to see much water at all.
I tend to agree, and so does Doug.
And with the footing drain, it seems very modest, though. I mean, it's enough to, apparently, from what was just said, where it stands and the soils.
Should be
Right.
okay, given his no interference with the trees that are being planted. Mike,
I don't have any other comments.
is there anybody in the room? I'm shocked. Chet is getting up.
Good evening. I'm Chet Kerr from the Greater Irvington Land Trust. I'm here to talk about this. As the board knows, that Greater Irvington Land Trust has been very involved over the years, in planning and development of properties. north of Halsey Pond and south of Castle Road.
Chet,
I only have a couple
you
of
were
points.
very, very instrumental in helping out when this came through as a subdivision. Yes.
Yes.
You have been involved.
I was involved with number 3 as well. So I just have 3 points to make, some of which we follow up, you've already talked about. But the first thing I want to start with is I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the applicants for their efforts to ensure that the conservation buffer as a whole, in terms of this planting, are there. They obviously are very concerned about this, and that's a real benefit to the community. And I just really wanted to acknowledge that and say that. Let's talk about the specifics. First with the footing drain and dispersion pad, as is described. I do think it's a structure. I recognize that people can, but it is a structure. And I think it's a structure that the planning board has recognized as a structure elsewhere in many other proceedings. And so you have to then look at the conservation easement buffer agreement. And under section 3.4, you're prohibited from putting new structures into the conservation buffer. It's a general matter. But you're correct, under section 3.10, a drainage way can be put into the conservation buffer, provided that they are constructed and located in a manner that minimizes erosion and adverse impacts on landscape quality. So assume for a second it's a drainage way. I'm not an engineer, so I'll say whether that is true or not. The question is whether its location meets the finding that the planning board will have to make, that it minimizes that impact. The drainage, footing drain starts at the edge of the house. That is approximately 12 feet higher in elevation than where it comes out on the end in the conservation buffer. You know, the drawings that they submitted have some elevation showing, but there's a good drawing from the original Marvera application. You can see all this, see these specifically. That's building areas plan drawing SP 2.2 that shows that difference. Where the footing drain comes out, it's about 20 feet from the southern edge of the property, and down to the southern edge of the property is another 2 to 3 foot drop down to Halsey Pond. So obviously, as the board knows, one of the principal reasons for this conservation buffer was to slow down and stop as much surface water and stormwater drainage coming off these properties and flowing down to the pond. Well, that's by vegetation, and that's good. But we've now suggested constructing a drainage system that goes into the conservation buffer, and perhaps not a lot of water, but some water, and flowing down to the pond. The thing I just want to note is on this parcel number 2, there's actually a no build area 20 feet above the conservation buffer. It was originally set when the board did the limited site plan development. I don't know whether this piping going through that causes any problems or not, but that's again an issue I'll let you decide. What I would just ask the planning board is the question of, is this outlet for the footing, the drain, assuming it's a drainage way, is it in a place that minimizes the impact on the landscape, i.e. Halsey Pond? Or is there another place to put that drain, either somewhere else in the conservation buffer or somewhere else in the property that would ensure that there's no minimum impact? And that's a determination I can't make, but I think that's something that, again, I think the applicant's trying to do a very good job, but I think the applicant, I'm not sure that they really looked at that, and I think that should be looked at. So that's the footing drain. On the fence, we indicated in my letter that deer fencing to be effective really needs to be 7 feet. It actually has to be 6 feet 11 inches according to the research. That's where deer seem to make a differentiation. I understand from Ed that perhaps it's 6.6 feet has to be. I would, and I don't know whether having a 7-foot fence is appropriate or not, or can be under the code. But I think to really meet the need, and the reason for why this is so important is because the conservation buffer is a key element of this whole development up there. There's a tremendous deer pressure in Halsey Pond, and you have to ensure the deer stay out. And putting up a fence that doesn't really ensure that deer stay out it just doesn't help anybody. It's not going to help these homeowners. It's not going to help other planning as well. And so, so it's both the height. On the question of whether the proposed deer fencing they have suggested meets the requirements of Section 3.6 of the Conservation Easement, which Mary Ann described, that's a judgment call. It's a tough one. I'm glad to see they're trying to deal with it, and perhaps that'll be the trick to it. Then the only other thing is, as I mentioned, again, I apologize, but I'm still looking at the plant schedule, the revised plant schedule. I will, if I have any comments, and I'm not sure I will, I'll submit to those board. Those are my only comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In regard to the plants, our landscape architect has been working extensively with the applicant, their landscape architect.
And I understand that. I understand that.
There was an issue. At first, some plants were too high, meaning the soil was not easy to plant in. So if you got a tree that's too big, the root ball is too big for the soil that it goes into, you may find too many rocks. So the need to bring the size of the tree down so you can plant it was discussed, and they've come to an agreement, or they're working on an agreement.
And I understand that, and I work with Suzanne, and I respect Suzanne's decisions, whatever. That being said, when I'm talking to the tree commission, and I just want to make sure that the mix of trees, location of trees, is the best it can be. And if it is, that's great. But I will be back to the board shortly with any comments I have.
If you recall, because you were part of it, there was extensive research and work, vegetation selection during the subdivision. So, and this stuff is pretty much parallels all that work and is reaffirming all that work. And yes, it's a a very integral part of the whole situation down here, protecting horses. So take a look at it and see what you think.
I will, and I'll do it quickly because I know their applicants anxious to move this along, and I'll do it very quickly. And I may come back and say it looks great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Ed and Doug, is it possible we do this on sewage treatment burnout falls instead of one pipe, make two pipes, hit a T and
They have a splash pad with like 6 to 9 inch stone that's flat. It's level. It spreads it out. I think 2 feet at the end. So for that amount of flow and size pipe, it spreads it out almost kind of like a level spreader.
Oh, okay. So we're not channeling the water at the end of a 8-inch pipe.
It's supposed to disperse the water.
Less likelihood of channeling and erosion if there's any water coming out of it at all.
Yeah, and I think Suzanne wanted to see where it was on the landscape.
Yeah, so it's not interfering with a planting. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Susan, can I respond to one thing that Chet said there?
Sure.
About the,
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
about the footing drain. So the footing, we're not talking about a pipe that's pitched, that's got a 10-foot difference in elevation from where it's outfalling in the buffer to where it's starting from around the foundation or the basement foundation. It's this pipe is going to be fairly flat. There's a 2-foot difference in elevation from where it comes out in the buffer, which is at elevation 290.5, and where it is around the portion of the basement, which is at 292.5. So we're not talking about a pipe that's picking up water and allowing it to gain a lot of speed, if you will, because it's got a huge pitch to it. We're talking about a fairly flat pipe, and as we've already mentioned, I highly doubt that there's going to be much water coming out of that as well. But I can't ask Ed to waive a footing drain for this location because he won't let me do that, and rightfully so. So
that's a good point about how flat the pipe is, because that would diminish obviously the velocity of the water coming out. There won't be a gusher.
Right.
As the kind of velocity that would cause scouring is what you
exactly.
Caesar, I recall Suzanne looking at that specifically, and not seeing it as an issue.
Yeah.
We spent time on that.
And Suzanne, for everybody, Suzanne Nolan, our landscape architect. Hi, Jan.
Hi. Quick question. Jan Blair from
Jan,
Village
Jan,
Resident.
move the
Can I bring
mic
it down?
down. This,
Or hold it.
yeah, there you go.
Jan Blair, resident in the village for 50 years. Quick question, where is, if they have to drain the pool for any reason, for acid wash or something, where does the water go? Do they have a cul-de-sac or what? Do they just turn it loose?
If I recall, they were gonna, go ahead, Jim.
We added notes to the plan that said that the 6-inch drawdown would either have to go to the Caltex or it could go to the village storm system up in Castle Road under the right circumstances. Obviously, there were requirements for allowing the chemicals to dissipate. So that's all those notes. As far as the impression I'm under, I've done this many times in pools in Irvington. That's the standard. So we put those standard notes on the plan.
If I recall, there's a 10-day waiting period.
10-day waiting.
Right. Correct.
Chlorine, the slimicides, herbicides, and chlorine to dissipate.
Correct.
The only thing is if it drains to the storm drain drains to Halsey Pond.
Well, that can be said for any pool in the village, and the notes say that they have to hold it for 10 days. Now, if they hold it shorter than 10 days, and there's chlorine is not dissipated and there's a fish kill, one could opine that it was an intentional violation of the Environmental Conservation Law. And intentional violations is a criminal felony. So I'm sure they wouldn't want to do that.
Hopefully.
The easiest thing to be done here would be to drain it to the Caltex.
Right, well, it's just something to think about.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Any further comment from the board?
I have none.
No.
None.
Okay, I think your biggest issue is to work on the fence. Talk to Ed about the viability as a pool fence. And the gravel on the remaining part of the fence that's going to still be Venetian blind. Is that coverage? And if it is coverage, you got a problem because you only have a couple of square feet to play with, given the size of the house and everything else. Anything else that I left out? The water permits. You need to submit. We don't have them. Anybody?
That's in the memo.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got all that?
Thanks for
Okay.
your feedback. Very clear.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Yep, you
Good night.
too.
Number 5, 55 Field Terrace. Oh, See you, Chet.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Renee Byers. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, we can even see you.
Excellent, great. So I'm here tonight with some of my team on this project, representing our owners, David and Julia Welch, 55 Field Terrace. And I have our architect is Doug McClure, who's out of town, but is able to join in as needed, and he can be let in. I also have Nick Shiria from Hudson Engineering in case there are any civil related questions, and Kevin Costello from my office, who also worked with us on the design of some of the buildings and all the site features. So, but I'll pretty much take it from the beginning and explain the project to you. I'll go relatively quickly because I know you have still other things on your agenda, and at any point, if you want me to slow down or speed up, just tell me and I'll move on to the next topic. So I will search for that share screen command. I haven't done this with
In
you
order
guys.
to get it out of the way, could you identify everyone else. We got three other people on the screen.
Yes, that's who I just said. So I had,
Oh, I was reading. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. So I have Doug McClure, our architect, Douglas McClure, who's out of town, but he'll stay on as long as he can. Kevin Costello from my office, also trained as an architect, and Nick Shiria from Hudson Engineering and Consulting. And that's all I have.
Bring up the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. And I have, I guess it's the whiteboard. No apps.
Screen share.
I'm looking for it, believe me. Share, got it. All right, I'm going to bring over, I thought I'd start with a couple site photos. So tell me if you can, are you seeing this screen?
No.
No. Okay, let me try it again. All right, how's that?
Okay, we can see now.
Okay, good. So, aerial view of the property. 55 Field Terrace is unusual for the neighborhood in that it's a little over 3 acres. So it's outlined in the yellow here. The house is up towards the front, presents pretty close to the street on Field Terrace, and behind it has the driveway comes up, ends in a circular drive court, which used to give access to a very small 2-car garage, which, being a little old-fashioned, this is a 1928 house, was small for the cars anyway. And under a separate application a couple of years ago, they converted this to a family room. So they're without a garage right now. Also very unique to the property and lovely is a small greenhouse and sort of a brick potting shed connected to it. There are some formal gardens in the center, and then up a set of steps behind a retaining wall is an existing oval, sort of this capsule shaped swimming pool that you see in the aerial. It has a pool cover still on it. And then there is a huge retaining wall that comes across approximately right here where my little hand is. And that is a sizable drop down to a wood, sort of a small, a wood lot area. Actually not so small, almost a half an acre down below. So the house has had some renovation on the interior, as mentioned, and I think what's interesting and unique about this family is that they're equally committed to restoring this beautiful garden as they are to making the property work better for them in a number of ways. Here's the house here we have the house from the road, beautiful old bricks. Existing driveway, not quite as beautiful, kind of pavers, nondescript pavers and Belgian blocks. The rear, the mudroom entrance to the house is here. So this, right here where you have these windows, that's the former garage entry. And
Go back to where you showed the cars.
Sure.
Might be good. It might be good for everyone to realize that's where the garage is going to go.
Yes, that is correct. So I'll go over that on the site plan, but yes, the proposed garage would actually just be on the other side of where those cars are, more or less. And I have a very handy plan to show you later. That's an overlay that has our proposed design on top of the existing, so you'll be able to see the exact relationship with the existing driveway. Other pertinent photos I just want to quickly touch on. This is the rear of the house, the rear facade. Right now they have a pretty small terrace out here, not very usable. So one of their first goals when I first came on board was, gosh, we've got to have a nicer, larger patio. It's so small. That gives out onto a nice open lawn area, which we want to make a few garden type improvements on, and a beautiful old brick wall with a wood topper fence on it, punctuated by columns, which we're keeping. When you get up to the pool area, these photos again are it's up in here. This is when the pool was covered, but there is an existing pool cabana, which is made up of a changing room, a small bathroom with a toilet, and a sauna, and then sort of a covered open space. So that's really dated and decrepit, and we would like to remove that and create a proper pool house. I'll show you that later. But the land itself is quite pretty because it is so open and wide, and there are some trees on the perimeter, but a lot of the vegetation is pretty showing a lot of signs of age, and there's a lot of rot and danger in some of the trees, and we'll talk about that. These are just some other views. This is only context. I won't spend time on these. These are context photos just to show you other homes in the neighborhood, give a sense of what's around us and how we fit into that. So I'm going to move now to our cover sheet, which is a rendering of the garden as we'd like to be, and then I'll move into sort of brass tacks of coverage and setbacks and the rest of it. I just wanted to explain a little bit about how we came upon this arrangement of what we're proposing. The driveway would come in at the same location. The entry would be right at the same curb cut that it is now, travels uphill, very, very similar configuration. And right now it is a circle. We're changing the shape a little bit to help work with the new 2-car garage. There is also Mr. Welch is quite the woodworker and has dreamt of having his own little wood shop. So that is attached to this structure. And then we have enough room so that cars can turn around and get out safely. Right now, the existing driveway is a little bit tight. And then there was a lot of old bluestones, some broken, some nice. So we're going to salvage all the good pieces and reduce some of the walkways in this more formal garden. This is the existing greenhouse structure. So part of the driveway configuration was set around maintaining an existing axis that is there now that leads, well, we're going to have a little pod or focal point here, but essentially, but these steps that come across in these two areas, the garden is slightly terraced, and there's one step up, and then you walk, and another step up. So that line is maintained, as is this center point. So we sort of tried to work this so that you actually get to appreciate that vista when you drive in. And then at the end of this walk, this configuration, these stairs are existing, and they're in decent shape. They just need a little repointing and fixing, and they should be fine. So those sets of stairs we are keeping. There's we'll call it a gazebo. That doesn't seem original to the property. I think it was added on at some point. But the roof is rotting, and the sides of it are not in good shape. The wood part, it has a brick parapet wall around the base of it, which is in good shape. So we thought we would just keep that as an open terrace and just not have the roof on it. And it's also kind of a nice junction. It's a way of getting between the two gardens, and you'll see it as you come down from the pool area. So going back to the house terrace, we've enlarged it enough to have a nice sized dining table. And then it's sort of like dining room, living room with a stone fire pit, natural gas, and bordered by low stone seat walls. Sorry, not stone, brick to go with the house. And then we have a grill area, a built-in grill area adjacent to the garage, and that works with the window elevations. And then as you move through here, we just have a few stepping stones just to create a little interesting garden, and that brings you around to an existing shaded walled garden here. Very little change that we're proposing in there, just cleaning up some of the perimeter plantings. And there's a pair of beautiful wrought iron gates there that we want to reconstruct for this this gate on this side. We're converting, there's an old water feature here that has a beautiful cast stone coping, which we're going to turn into a planter for succulents or what have you, just to not have another piece of water on the property. And then the whole border planting is a mix of some of the existing mature material that's nice enough to save, mixed in with new. Move this over. So moving up to the pool area, we looked at a lot of options for renovating the existing pool or doing a new pool. There are some issues with the existing pool. One of them, primarily, one of the drivers I would say is safety. The Welches really wanted to be able to have an automatic pool cover, which does not work well with the oval shape. So we went with a new pool, very simple rectangular pool. And then instead of having that sort of afterthought pool house, we've done something very modest, which is simply two very small structures. One that just has a sink and some storage, and the other has the actual toilet and a lav. And then we have a little dining area underneath an open wood pergola. So we have bluestone terrace here, just some stepping stones, and to keep with our sort of exoneration of this beautiful garden, we wanted the pool to act like a reflecting pool and be a simple rectangle in a field of lawn with, again, enhanced plantings all around it. There is a curious, but we will keep it, a curious folly here, an old stone tower. We're not touching that and hope that it still stays standing a while longer. We have some photos of it. It's a fun old building, maybe could be a playhouse or something, but so that's just staying as is. And then here is this huge retaining wall that I mentioned at the beginning. And we don't plan any changes here in this wooded area. So that's a quick overview. I would, I guess, move to showing you. I can go to, I think, let me do a quick overlay, and then I'll do, then we'll go to the coverage calcs and talk about some of the comments. So here, nope, that's photos, sorry. There we go. Okay. This takes a second to digest, but let me explain. The red lines are all the existing. And the black is the proposed. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So as far as the driveway goes, you can see that we start at the same place. We're making a somewhat more gracious curve to come in to the center. We have just a little over 50 feet in width here between the two buildings. And this was sort of studied ad nauseum, as we do, to make sure that the garage is in nice proportion and scale to the house itself. And I have a cross section I can show you later on that. That's quite handsome. And we wanted to allow, again, for safety, a car to be able to turn and get out. One of the existing problems is that there's really very little space to park and get a car, maneuver a car around and out. So this version not only works with the sort of historic garden, but also is a safer and more comfortable turnaround. Here you can see the red line here. That's the.
Before you get off the parking area.
Sure.
is some of that for parking, which would not be a driveway, would count as coverage?
Well, that was a discussion, I believe so. We didn't initially show it that way in your submittal, but Doug, our architect, had a conversation with Mr. Marin, and he asked us to allow for 500 square feet as parking. So we went ahead and did that in our updated sheet, which I can talk to you about in my next
Okay.
slide. But we did take that off of the coverage. So happily, we're still a little bit under the existing coverage. We were under by quite a bit of like 600 feet. Now we're only like 68 square feet.
For the benefit of
Under
everybody.
existing, but we did put that parking over there per his recommendation.
Could you, with your cursor there, could you show where that, which part of that is coverage? The southern part.
Yeah, well, I think
The
it depends.
wavy line is right there, yeah.
Yeah, so this is, so here's the existing, right? And this with this shadow line, that's the proposed. So I guess one could assume that, you know, maybe on this side, there could be the 2 parking spaces. You really need the rest
Caesar,
to go.
Hold it a second. Ed has some thoughts.
I apologize. I spoke to Doug, and we took 10 feet off the southern end against the existing garage by 50 feet. That's where the 500
Right
feet
there.
came.
Oh, you did it here. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I didn't know where you had allotted that space.
That's where I
To allow
thought.
for 2 parallel park cars.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
no, that's okay. That's good. I'm glad you said that. That makes sense because you do need this space to kind of back up into to get out. So that's our overlay for there. I was just going to show you the overlay for the top. So this is all very similar. It's just greener than before. We don't need quite as many walkways, and we're using lawn to walk on for the most part, and then we just have the reclaimed bluestone just for more minimal circulation. So these other black lines are not paving. Those are that's just a lawn pathway. And then we added some a bosque of trees in here. Let's see here. In the upper area, you can see where we adjusted the location of the pool slightly. We have 2 nice specimen beech trees here, which we didn't want to have any impact on. And we also wanted to have a little more space around the pool. We have so much room up here, and it just fit better in the landscape to move the center line over just a few feet. So that's what we've done. The pool equipment is still in the same location, right down here beneath the wall. Here, the red is all the old pool cabana, and here are our 2 twin structures, you know, really roughly equal to the size of what is there. But we don't have, they had a huge covered roof. We don't have that. Now we just have the open pergola over the seating area. We have a detailed planting plan that we've submitted, and we have a lot of this is simply showing our construction access road. That's not a permanent road. And we have a nice buffer planting all along this side. We have some existing really nice white pines up here already that we're going to beef up with more screening. And we are preserving a quite magnificent American elm, which is here. So we were very careful to figure out mitigation measures to preserve that tree during the construction of the garage. Would you like to hear more project information or see building elevations before I go to the coverage chart, or what would be your
Go to the coverage chart.
Okay. Nope. And then- So coverage is LO.0. Got it. So for the coverage chart, we have two diagrams. The existing is on the top. I'm going to enlarge here so you can see. And the proposed is here on the bottom. And we've color coded by area so you can see where everything lives on this side. We have bubbled this extra driveway calculation, I'm sorry, extra parking area. And it's really pretty straightforward. We are the existing property is definitely over coverage. I think in my cover letter, I posited, I think a lot of that is due to the fact there are many retaining walls and garden structures on the site, which is how actually we were able to reduce some of the garden features that were taken out. We were one way that we were able to reduce our coverage and still add the garage, which was quite good, I thought. And we have a whole comparison table to how this property compares with others in the area. So I think that, as you all well know better than I do, in Irvington, as you move up in size of the lot, the calculation is more restrictive. And what I think is special about this place is that it will retain this very green, it does not feel like a highly covered site by any stretch of the imagination. So that's preserved in the new one, and we were able to slightly reduce the coverage by about, as I said, 68 feet less than existing now, but we'll still need a variance because we are over the allowable and we're changing it around.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
We have, there are a number of comments that came through that are mostly administrative, and there are a number of things that we can easily take care of. Hudson has already resubmitted their sheet. I have a pool section was requested. I can.
Yeah, that's all right.
We can put that on.
You can go over the engineering details with Doug, Hahn, and Ed. Okay.
I think we can cover.
I have some questions if you're done.
Please, I'm done.
At the workshop you use, is that for business or is that personal?
Oh, no, that's completely personal.
The trees, I understand somewhere our landscape architect indicated that you got approval to remove trees from the tree commission.
That's correct. That was
Which is fine.
before, so,
Well, let me finish the question.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Usually the tree commission, when you cut a tree down, they require planting a tree. If that was the case, could you locate where the plantings are?
Yes, absolutely. We received permission to remove, I believe, three trees. And, we have a request to plant, 3 trees, which we have many more than that, but let me pull open the planting plan. Give me 1 second to.
Yeah, other than that, our landscape architect had no trouble.
Right, great. Hang on. So they asked for two native shade trees and 1 native tree of any type. And we have here, well, so anything with an N that here is native that we're proposing. So we have 2 shingle oaks, which are native, and we also have a catalpa. So all of those are shade trees, as are the carpinus. So we have multiples, and I can show you where those trees occur.
Those plantings shown on the plan?
Yes, they are. So they're keyed in. So there's your letters and then they're right here. So here's the two American Hophorn beams or I'm sorry, ironwood. Those are the two Carpinus. We have several native hawthorn trees that are up above. And
Caesar,
down.
just make sure they indicate it on the plans in the next, so Suzanne knows.
When she was finished, I was saying, could you put an asterisk on those
Well,
plantings? Which ones are required by the tree commission? So
Yes, we will highlight those that are required. We just wanted to go ahead and compensate for any other loss of trees, but I'll be happy to highlight those in yellow so she can see exactly which ones are the required ones.
Yes. Okay, now, utilities for the cabanas in the garage. I think that's part of Doug's comments and you should deal with that. And when you show the utilities, they need to show on the planting plan so that the utility trenching and the plantings don't interfere with each other.
Yes, no problem. And I'm sort of a stickler for that myself, actually. So Nick well knows, we've been over that already when they did the layout for the drainage. And so on the plan that I give to the engineers, we actually show the root ball sizes of all the trees that are affected. And we ask that Hudson weave around it. So we'll be happy to diagram that so that Han can see where those lines are.
Okay. Now the pool fence. Do you want to cover that?
We need some details on it to the state code.
Of course.
Where is the pool fence?
So I have a diagram that is just for pool fencing. Hang on a second. I think I do, right? Is that?
If you go on 2.0, Renee, L 2.0.
Got it. That's this one. So it's a little hard to see the shadow, at least on my screen. But we have the pool enclosure this is an extremely high straight retaining wall. So the whole back is this huge existing wall, which is where their existing pool fence is now. There is a chain link fence all along this side of the property that comes down to here. Then we would switch this area, this existing retaining wall is just under the height. So we're proposing an iron fence, which as far as I know, meets the code. It's actually the same style fence we used right next door at 63 Field Terrace we did a couple years back.
It was the fabric fence I had questions with.
The fabric
fence that you showed in your details.
Oh, okay, the chain link, that's fine. So I'll just go over the routing here. So you come across here, double gate, come around here, then then the wall is high enough, joins the wall again, and then we have a little chain link coming around the back and going running along until it meets the high wall again.
And you said that you need to talk to them about whether all that meets.
Yeah, we need better details.
Okay.
Especially where the walls work.
Okay, so would
The
you
wall
like?
being used as a barrier
Yes,
has very specific requirements. I'm not sure that wall meets those requirements.
okay, so we can, we'll provide some documentation on that and, address.
We can look at it. It can be handled at ARB.
Yeah.
Maybe ARB
Okay.
usually.
When we do the fencing, okay.
Well,
And then
yeah,
you said,
because
did you
the
say
pool-
fabric fence? So you mean the chain link?
Hold on a second.
There's one fence that shows a netting or a fabric on it, on your details, and no top rail.
Okay, well, the chain link fence. So I think you and I can handle that without, yeah, we'll just, that'll be a standard black chain link and we'll make
Okay.
sure that meets.
Okay. I think we discussed the possibility of them going to the ZBA.
We have the right numbers.
You have the right numbers, so it's a good time for them to go. Okay,
That would be great.
go to the ZBA. When you come back, make sure that the pool fence is correct and the other things that Doug asked for. The highlighting of the trees for the ones that the tree commission required.
Right, no
The
problem.
ones Unless I left something out, those are the things you need to do, assuming you get the ZBA approval and come back.
Okay,
Anybody?
understood.
Warren?
I have nothing.
I have
Nothing from it.
anybody in the room? Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, have a good trip to the ZBA and maybe we'll see you back.
Okay, many thanks. Have a good
And when
night.
you come back, if you come back, you know what you need to do.
We know what we need to do. All right,
Okay, thank you.
good
have a
night.
good night.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go into 1 Hudson Road East. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Oh, we're not taking a 5-minute. Mike is reminding me that he's recused on this site. Okay, moving along. Thought you needed a break.
No, I don't need a break. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And we can even see
Okay.
you.
Great, I can see you too. My name is Brian Hopkins from Hopkins Architect, representing Kate and Ben Rappaport, the owners, presenting 1 Hudson Road East, the project. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Here we go. So this is the site highlighted in yellow. That's 1 Hudson Road East. And it is basically flanked on one side by Washington, the other side by Langdon, Erie, and Hudson Road here. The site itself, or I guess the context of the site itself, is characterized mainly by colonial, Tudor, Georgian, some Italianate structures of varying lot sizes. As you can see here, to the west, we have smaller lots, kind of as you get down Langdon towards Route 9. And then as you head east, the lots become much larger. Most of the lots in these areas, this is an IA40 zone, are undersized. Some get to be as small as 10 or 11,000 square feet. Others as large as 77,000, and Hudson Road is kind of in the middle. So it's one of the more average sized lots in this area. When we're looking just comparatively across the other lots in the area, we can see that as far as coverage goes, most of them are over coverage. It's only the larger lots that are kind of 60,000, 70,000 square feet that fall within that 12% coverage requirement. Hudson Road is 1% over. The proposed project is a 2.5-story structure to the west of the house, as well as a 1-story addition over an existing structure to the south of the house, and we'll review that in a second. So when we're looking at just the coverage calculations, the existing versus the new, this is the existing coverage. There's an existing patio to the east, an existing driveway. This is the existing house with an existing walkway out to Hudson Street. There's a walkway that slopes down pretty dramatically between 2 retaining walls here. This whole area is surrounded by trees. The proposed addition increases the building square footage slightly by about 30 square feet. And it basically does that by increasing the retaining wall that's supporting an exterior patio by about 3.5 feet. Overall, we're reducing coverage because we're removing a lot of the walks. We're removing the shape of these 2 retaining walls. So overall, we've reduced coverage by 32 square feet. And in lieu of these 2 retaining walls that we have here, what we've done is a retaining wall to the south of the property, which allows us to kind of gently slope the grade from this area where you exit the structure, which is a proposed sunroom, and it kind of gently slopes down to the existing lawn. So when we're looking just at the coverage numbers, we've reduced it. The existing is 13% at 3898, and the proposed we've reduced down to 3866. So we reduced it by 32 square feet. Let's look at the site plan next. So basically, this is the site plan. All of the plantings are existing. We're proposing the removal of 2 trees. One which is a large 18-inch caliper cedar that was struck by lightning, and so the tree itself is dead. And we're proposing cutting it down. The other is a 26-inch oak, which currently is within 8 feet of the foundation, so it's within the critical root zone of the tree, and should come down. We can see it here on the site plan, the survey, where this is the existing flagstone patio, and this is the line of an existing porch. But below that is basically where we have a foundation wall for the basement. So we're proposing removing these 2 trees. Now, this is mostly the existing structure. There's a 1-story addition that is a flat roof structure that's going to be going over an existing 1-story structure below, which houses the kitchen and the family room area. And then another 2.5-story structure, which is going up over an existing basement area, which the clients want to turn into a gym. The first floor structure, which is going to be a sunroom, and then the 2nd-story structure, which is going to be a master bath, and above that, a small storage area, which might be used as an office.
Yeah, hold that for a second, please.
Of course.
I had to refresh my memory. I went to the landscape architect's notes, and she indicated an 18-inch pine tree that you're proposing to take down, and you didn't mention that. Which one is the pine tree?
We aren't proposing taking down a pine tree. It's a 18-inch cedar.
Oh, the cedar. Okay, that's the same as the pine?
It's the same as the pine. Yep.
Okay, I didn't realize the cedar was a pine. That's why I rely on Susan Nolan.
So,
you have replacements planned for that?
So we don't have replacements planned. Back in May 2025, the clients planted, and I just have to look at my notes here. They used Westover Landscape Design, and they planted about 73 new plantings. We can provide documentation of that project, and they're hoping that, those additional plantings, which, were never requested, but they did anyway, would be substitutes for replacement plantings for the 26-inch oak and the 18-inch cedar.
Okay, you would need to talk to Susan Nolan about that.
I can talk to Susan, and I can provide her with documentation as well.
That was then and this is now, but I talked to Susan if she wanted to know why it was coming down, and you explained that it's more or less dead, so she'd be happy with that. But she also asked the question about replacement. Okay.
Of course.
Go ahead, finish up.
Of course. So I'll quickly go through just the architecturals. We're extending the basement wall here. This is basically it. Currently, this, I think, used to be a garage. It has a door that exits out onto the driveway. The clients want to convert this into a gym area, so we're extending this wall out by about 3 feet. On the first floor, basically what we're doing is sitting a 4-season room on top of that foundation wall. Currently, this is an exterior patio. We're going to be enclosing it and doing a 4-season room. And on the second floor, there's going to be a primary bath that goes on top of the proposed sunroom. And then to the south, the clients want to put in 2 new bedrooms for their growing family with a central bath. They're also going to be doing some minor modifications, putting in a laundry room in this area where there's currently a bathroom, and they'd like to put in an additional bathroom. On the third floor, this was the closet area that may be used as an office. It's a very small room. I think you could just fit a small desk in here with a window, and they want to put in a skylight. The architectural for this, I'll take a look at the renderings really quickly just so you can see. So this is the north elevation. So everything over from basically where the chimney goes is going to be the addition. So this is the proposed sunroom with the second story addition. You can see it here again from the south, the proposed with the two and a half story addition above, and then you can see the southern addition. You can also see the retaining wall with a railing that's going to be sloping, regrading that area. This is a northwest view, a southwest view, another southwest view of that retaining wall, and another northwest view.
And go back to the previous picture to the.
Of course.
Is that still going to be a garage? I thought it was going to go into a gym.
So,
like a garage.
you're correct. So, this is there are two garages down below. One which is actually used as a garage. The other area is currently being used as a gym, but it still has like a garage type door in it. We're going to be putting in French doors and a couple windows.
Oh, so you're still going to maintain a garage there?
So the garage facing west, we're still going to maintain. Yes.
You mean south?
Here, let's here. If we go to the plans, it'll be more clarifying. So this is the garage that you're seeing in the rendering.
You're correct.
That's facing west, and then this is currently they're using it as a gym, but there is a garage door there. Sorry, very confusing. We're going to be putting in a French door and a couple side lights.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so that is it. Just to take a look at stormwater quickly. Basically, this is the addition that's going to be capturing water. The leader drain configuration, which is going to be going out to 2 Caltex in the backyard. With that, I'll take any questions.
Doug, did you look at the drainage? You're okay? Yep. I think the major issue you didn't mention, I don't know if it's major, but you didn't mention the floor area ratio.
Yes.
You might need a variance of that. Ed, do they need a variance for the way we see it?
Yeah, we're gonna need most likely we need the numbers confirmed. The worksheet to his Z01.
Yeah.
Some differences.
Yeah.
Until you get those straightened out, I'm having difficulty.
Well, I have noticed that the coverage numbers.
Coverage is really off.
Need to be adjusted.
Yeah.
And you need to take a look at FAR because so far you didn't mention the floor area.
So the floor area ratio on the worksheet, it's incorrect. The basement was added incorrectly. That was my error. I'll update it on the next one. The Z01 is the correct FAR. So we're required to have a 0.18. The existing is 0.11, and the proposed is 0.15. The basement is excluded per section 224-137B.
Yeah.
None of it is above ground facing the street. Most of it is submerged below grade.
Let the record show the building inspector was nodding yes.
When you get them done, come and see us before you make your submission.
And we'd like to see a similar neighborhood chart for the FAR.
A similar neighborhood chart for the FAR. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's under, right?
What?
We're not sure yet.
But if he's under, does he still need to do this?
If it's under, you don't need it, but we
That's
don't
my
know.
point.
Oh, we are under. The
Oh,
the
then you don't
worksheet
need to
is
show
the
it.
worksheet is incorrect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Ed?
Also, come and see me. There's our records show a different bathroom count than you show.
Anybody, anybody here? Lauren? Dan?
I have nothing.
I have none. Anybody in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, fix the coverage numbers, fix the FAR numbers, and I think that's it, right, Ed?
That's for me. Yeah.
Anybody else besides those 2 points? Oh, the height. Do we have any issues with height?
The proposed is not over height. The existing building is over height. So there's no height issue on this.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Awesome. So, sorry, Mr. Chair, what are the next steps?
Come back to us. Come back to us with the correct numbers.
Okay, great. In the meantime, can we get referred to ARB, or do we have to come back for another planning board meeting and then go to ARB?
I don't know. Right?
You need to come back.
You need to come
Okay.
back.
Okay.
The numbers,
Great.
when you go to another board, you should have the exact numbers correct.
Okay. All right. Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay. Number 7, 46 Manor Pond Lane.
If you're here to represent the application, can you please hit the raise hand button?
Hello.
Yes, hello. We see you.
Hi. I had stepped away from the computer doing something else. Is this for 46 Manor Pond?
Yes, it is.
All right. Dan Sherman here for Jason and Rebecca Steinthal. The previous has all been very interesting, but I just stepped to the printer, so I missed my introduction. So this property, I can share my screen in a minute, falls within the Legend Hollow subdivision. And it's a proposal for a pool, a little undersized pool, just in the rear yard. So if I can share my screen, and yeah, I'll start with that. That must be here. Hang on. Uh-oh. Screen. And let me minimize my stuff. Oh, I was doing a building application. So here's our site plan for the Steinthal pool. It's a pool in a backyard. This red dashed line is the building envelope as part of the subdivision in Legend Hollow. We submitted Chris Utchig's engineering plan after the deadline, so he was not part of the Hans review. And so we received a lot of comments, all of which Chris and I have already gone over, but we're not going to present that tonight. So we understand, I think, almost all of them. I need to go back to the site to look carefully at the trees that we're proposing to remove, just in the edge of the pool where we're making this little terrace. So seems like we should just address all. There were 51 Han comments, and I think 4 or 5 from Suzanne. Mostly because the Han plans had not been submitted, and there were notes and things and all kinds of things to do with that. So I can show site pictures, I can show the engineering plans, but we also could respond to all the many comments and resubmit with addressing all those things.
Well, the critical item here is the subdivision coverage limitations.
Yes, it's very tight.
And they didn't show the coverage for the new wall.
We need to go over a lot of the coverage. There's a few things.
Now, the coverage that Ed came up with for the subdivision is 5,261. And the retaining wall itself may push you over that number, which would, we have no control over that number. You can't get a variance from us for that number.
Right. So I guess I have a
Can't
question.
get a
Would-
variance from the ZBA either, not just
No,
from you.
yeah.
No, you said from us. They
Oh, I
can't get a
meant the
ZBA
ZBA,
variance.
From, yeah, there's no variances
So
required.
you need to, that's a non-starter if you're above the subdivision coverage limitation. Plus, you have no coverage for a patio. I assume eventually you're going to want to put a patio. You don't have the coverage for that, and you don't have coverage for the pool equipment, which
It's underneath the, it's proposed to be under the deck, which is included already.
We need to know that.
Yeah, I show it right here under the deck. But the walls, so would even like old farm walls way out in the landscape all have to be tallied up and counted? That's just like a little rubble, sort of a line of rocks.
You'll have to work that out with Ed.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a starting point to see if the pool can even fit with those walls, because I did not count those walls.
Well, it's not just the pool, it's the overall coverage needs to be below the subdivision limit of 5261. And the village has no control over that number. That is what's that up there, HMO?
No,
So-
it was part of the subdivision approval, and it can't be changed without reopening the
Right,
subdivision.
you'd have to go back to reopen, which I don't think is a good idea.
No,
It
we
can be a
don't.
good idea, but I don't know if you want to do it.
No, I don't think we're going to do that. So I need to tally those up. I'm going to go out tomorrow and see what the walls are like, and then I'll meet with Ed and go over that. The rest
Yeah,
of
because
if
Before you make a submission.
yeah, because if it reduces the pool so much that they may not even want it. By the time I add these walls here and there, the other items, the screen planting and the technical things and the notes and stuff, we can all address. But if it's a non-starter, as you say, without because of the walls.
Yeah, and the wall, in assuming if you can get it within the subdivision limits, there are issues with the trees and the root zones and building the wall, how you're going to construct it, and even though you're not in the way of a tree, or the tree is not in the way, the root zones may be in the way. You dig the sub base for the wall, and you rip out all the roots, the tree is going to die. So you need to show the root zones in comparison to the wall. If you get to that point.
If we get to that point, yeah.
You also need water permits, right?
Yeah, I have a plan that Ed, I did meet with Ed early on with this project, and he shared some mapping for me. So we have a wetland area there and also in the front. This is in the rear, and that's in the front. And this had the building envelope. So that has to be adhered to.
You gotta fix the coverage, because that may be a non-starter.
Right. Yeah, and then we'll meet with Ed before we resubmit. He was away on vacation, so we submitted. And so, well, all right, then I'll keep it short because it's been a long evening. And you have another item still or not?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks then for your attention.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Marianne? I don't see you here.
They're probably outside.
We'll take a 5-minute break to allow them to gather themselves and come in.
How about you go out? Yeah. Go see if there's
Interesting. Police station. Oh. Very nice. Oh, poor dog's gonna have a little. Right, but I knew Oh, they are here. Please call tomorrow to talk about the I-9. And that's why. That's what they're doing. It's our issue and I want to discuss it with you. They started. We found a Con Ed gas line built through one side to the other.
No way.
Oh, yeah. That's too big.
That's probably the ones that go lower.
Sorry, right there. Oh, the lower one and down.
I was from that.
Anyway, we have to just go over. You pay for it, it's yours.
That's what they were doing.
They started and that's the problem.
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to stay out of it. That's just stuff. Other things I don't.
But yes. And I was like, welcome to the neighborhood. You have a membership.
The main thing is like the site,
Larry,
everything.
Oh, you think the back.
And the house, tell them the house is for. Big on house.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, drive up there.
Everything together. Surgery. Yeah. I'm fine. Just
I don't think.
I'm healing up. I was at work. All this. So I was on site today. It was kind of nice once I wasn't lifting. Trying to near to the subway.
It's been years.
Yeah.
Having gone out since the same pond. But yeah.
I'm looking for news with Tesla's. Someone sitting on that. I'm like, I just tired. It's getting better, actually, slightly better. I think so. Yeah, I felt bad. I was like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I know, I keep pushing. I'm trying. And it's okay. I always joke to I say to my employees. So their daughter.
Best friend.
Sorry. Yes, it is.
I just. The sales show. Sales show.
Long day.
So, on second time.
You know my brother.
Renovation.
My brother. Yes. Thank you. Whoever. That's my older brother.
It's terrific.
I'm not talking to him now, so I'm not.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
No.
Oh, I'm okay with it.
Oh,
okay.
So it was.
You know, we're very honest in age. So the only one that I know. He's 10 years. Right. But me and my brother. You know what I mean?
We'll wait till Dan comes back. Lauren Stone is she still here?
Yeah,
She's in recused, so she's
not allowed to.
gonna soak up the festivities.
Well, they weren't allowed to play against me. But I was allowed to do that, and so I did. So I did. Yes. I instilled so much.
Okay. We're back online, and we'll start with number 876 North Broadway, aka Farmer, aka Maxine.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Kathy Zelantis from Silverberg Zelantis, representing the applicant. With me tonight is Peter Gregory, BTS Providence, and Peter Gato from Peter Gato Associates. On Zoom, we have Paul DeVito and Rocco Varma. So our submission responded to everything that was raised at the last planning board meeting. A traffic update was submitted that's based on the US Route 9 Complete Streets Concept Plan. Submitted an updated or revised noise report that accounts for the receptors being both at the property line and at the houses. Submitted an updated SWIP. We received some review comments on that from the village consulting engineer that we will be addressing. We also submitted a revised underground floor plan that marks out the bike room that was raised by one of the planning board members. Submitted a garbage trash room detailed plan with calculations to explain exactly how the space for the garbage was calculated. And I'll have Peter Gato go through the revised plan showing the stone wall. Showing the stone wall. And again, the stone wall is using the stones from the portion of the wall that's being removed and repurposed into a feature that steps back behind the sight lines so that it mitigates the removal of the wall and it views visually as a continual stone wall along Broadway, with the exception of the small opening for the drive.
And the purpose of setting it back is to maintain safe sight lines for traffic.
Correct. And it's consistent with the architectural style that you'll see up and down Broadway on many properties.
The last time you used as a demonstration the wall by the quay. This is your actual rendering here.
So, in this particular order that the set was set up, this is the basement plan Kathy was referring to. So we have one utility garbage trash room in the corner, and one garbage trash utility room in the central location, and bike room you can see on the left side here, and bike room on the bottom right corner. Just to kind of show this, if you get a chance to look through this. These are calculations from the Department of Sanitation. You're from the website, and this is kind of the guideline that everybody uses for standards. So it's broken down through the top section. The yellow is you enter the number of residential units. It calculates tonnage and garbage, and creates this size and amount of waste for you. Then the charts down below. This is one separate for school, separate one for the residents down below, the totals, if we add them up and divide them by the number of units, brings it to a certain size of compactor required, and the sizes needed for that. It also tells you the frequency of the use and what you have to remove them. So 2-yard dumpsters, 2 days, and then 3-yard dumpsters. So we have a series of 2 and 3-yard dumpsters. The left side is the actual sizes of what the dumpsters are. And if you jump back to the room, you can see inside the northern corner room. I'm sorry, the bottom is the actual compactor 2-yard on this in the bottom left corner. And in the rooms themselves, you see the actual compactor and the containers. And in the bottom right, you see containers listed, identified what they are. And then turn the corner here. Here's a compactor here. That's how we calculate everything here. Any questions on this? So then this is the wall that Kathy was referring to, or your Broadway corridor wall, Mr. Chairman. So this is the top. It's the same photo, and the top view is existing today. The bottom view is existing when we make the opening. Take the existing stones we're removing. We're going to reuse them and put them in the circular pattern, as you see, and set them back for sight lines, and have landscape and seasonal landscaping and such, low landscaping, either flanking either side of the entrance.
Can you blow that up a little bit so
Let me see this. Controls here.
well, maybe it's just the way it looks. The little yellow circles, what is that?
Oh, this is sort of a placeholder. That's the graphic for the Primrose School. That's their logo.
Oh.
And then the other side would be the name of the residence.
So the height of the wall is going to be higher than the existing wall.
Yeah, this is the concept for now. So that it could change, but essentially we're going to pick up a little height pretty low along the curved portions of the wall. We're picking up a little height just be against the landscaping and not to block any visualization. So you're seeing actually in front of it on either side. This would be as you approach your entering or exiting the property would be behind you on both sides.
And on the sign, do we have something about signs in the village?
There's ordinances on the signs, but that's gonna be a ZBA issue,
No, you mean ARB.
an ARB, or if it can even be there. It's on first and then the ARB issue.
We don't know if the sign can be there. Is that what you?
The activity in the Broadway buffer has to pass you, pass ZBA, and then the sign has to go to ARB.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what he said?
Yes, and we'll certainly adhere to any signage.
So just originally we proposed not to have any of that feature in this area to avoid having to go to the zoning board to seek the right to put that in the Broadway buffer, but it was specifically requested to maintain architectural integrity along Broadway to have that feature. That'd be something desirable. So that's in response to that. That's why the plan was revised to include that feature.
Yeah, that was also commented, the public comment that they're losing the wall. And it's also village ordinances to preserve walls, so.
I think the question's less around the wall, if you continued at the exact same height with anything on it, more the extra height of the signs. But you guys will
That's
figure it
not
out.
something that's
set in stone.
set in
Yeah,
stone.
I get it.
Then let's see next. Next slide. Let's see. Then we showed. This essentially is the same from last time. We just want to show it again. The top two photos. So the left is existing, and the right is the proposed with the little opening facing Broadway for access point here. You can't see, but the right side of the photo, where my cursor is over here, is the entry point from Strawberry. And then the bottom left is if you're here on the other side of the wall, what it would generally look like. So sort of seating area, landscape screening and such
Yeah, hold that, because that's one of my two issues. Lower left. One of the issues that Susan Nolan, the landscape architect, talked about was that the actual planting plan that's presented as a planting plan is different than the visual presentation. For instance, that I don't know what it is. I thought it was a wisteria. Susan didn't know what it was. But that's not, that tree is not on the planting plan.
It was a dogwood on the plan.
Oh,
Yeah, but Susan said it's a tropical plant.
yeah.
She did right.
But some of your visuals do not match the actual planting plan.
So I'm gonna have Paul DeVito, our landscape architect, respond to that.
Well, I mean, you
the,
have to work
the
it
issue
out.
is that there is an explanation. It's a dogwood. That's
Well,
proposed.
I mean, I happened to pick on that, but there's other locations on the site that the visuals are different than the plan.
Right, we have a response for both of those
Okay.
issues that were raised in the comments by
Okay.
Suzanne Nolan.
Because the visuals, since they're different than the planting, and in some cases, the actual planting is less than screening shown as a visual.
So,
Share your screen, Paul.
yeah, this is Paul DeVito with Stonefield Engineering. Share my screen. Okay. Okay, just let me know if you guys can see it. So one of the Peter's office and myself worked very closely on the proposed landscaping plan. And one of the things that we did was make sure we proposed trees, whether they be shade, evergreen, or ornamental. That goes for shrubs as well, and the exact locations that we're going to be proposing them. That's reflected in the submitted landscape plan. The proposed tree. So one of the aspects of working within the model is we do need to work within the confines of the available plant selection within the model. So on the right, we have the stellar pink dogwood, which has a clump-based form and a light pink flower. And then in the rendering, we do have again a clump-based form, very similar canopy size, and it does have a little bit of a purple hue to the flower, but overall it is indicative of what will be proposed, and then what would grow on site. So it is a pretty close match. We thought it worked as far as the rendering.
More serious is some of the, as I said, there were other locations, one of which is along Strawberry Lane, where there's screenings in the rendering that are not on, that's it, right, the middle shut, before there. Those screening plants are not, at least I'm told, they're not on the plan.
Right. So this
That's right, correct?
The image itself, the photo itself, is taken from this location, which is a better indicative spot of the alignment with the front door of the neighboring residence. So in this case, it is just a slight error that this number 4 view shed does just need to be slid a little bit over to be reflective in front of the residence. So that is the mix up with this comment and the image.
Well, you need to talk to Susan, because when I spoke to her on Monday, the screening represented in number 4 is not in the planting plan. So if we're going to represent a visual of something that's not on the plan, if it's not on the plan, it's not going to happen. So could you kindly straighten that out with Susan Nolan? Because right now, my information is on number 4, those plants don't exist on the planting plan.
Paul, can you pull up the planting plan and show?
Yes.
I don't, Kathy, and we're not gonna get into it, this plant, that plant. I know what she said. Just figure it out.
It's an error on the plan to indicate that 0.4, but the actual plants are shown on the planting plan in the right place. So the issue was that 4 should be right in that spot, and then it's correct. But yes, we will correct that.
Right. So the trees that are shown in the image are these proposed trees along the property line.
All right, like I said,
We'll straighten it out.
I have to rely on Susan Nolan because plants are not my thing.
Then you might want to see the view from that other
Right,
spot.
yeah.
Is not only correcting what that's a view of, but wherever that circle is now, they need to see what that view is going to be.
Yes. Okay. Straighten it out.
Okay.
You got anything else?
Those were the landscape plan updates.
You're not finished, I'm sorry.
No, that was the extent of the landscape plan updates.
Okay. The same can be said on the stormwater. It appears to be a disconnect on some of the stormwater requirements. There's still some loose ends on the overall plan for stormwater. Rather than go through the details, Doug, you want to briefly say what the issues are?
Yeah, we want to include the total tributary area, even stuff that is upgrade from there. See everything that's already going onto Broadway, so that we can, how it's been analyzed to reduce the water that will be heading in that direction. We wanted to essentially make sure the infiltration rate meets the maximum allowable of the village. It's a little bit higher. Those are the main things. The overflow, where the overflow is going, but we're connecting to more details of that. And then there's some minor stuff as far as, those are the larger items. The minor stuff is some of the items in the SWEP, clarifying a few items. One of the attachments is missing. Minor details other than
Okay. And if you might recall that I have a note that I asked, we were talking about, you had a rendering of what it would look like from Broadway. And I said, I was positive you have photos, actual photos from Broadway looking up the hill without obviously any buildings there. And that I asked that you could put in the profile of the buildings in an actual photograph. So it's not the imagination of a rendering, that we can actually see in a real photograph the outline of the buildings, the proposed building. I don't know if you did that. I didn't have a specific memory of a photo, but I think early on there were a bunch of photos from Broadway.
So we kind of combined them in this image here.
Speak up, please.
Sorry, we combined your request with the building in the background with the opening. So it's actually
Okay, go ahead.
So the building is actually set in here. It's there. So it's in the rendering. See little glimpses of non-grass right here, along here. The building is set actually in here.
Is it such that the foliage is preventing me from seeing the buildings, or
It is.
are they there?
It's
Are they shown there? Or?
it's there. Yeah. So I'm not laughing. This is the building is there.
Please, no disruptions, please. We're trying to finish this up.
The building is here. The building is set back behind the proposed foliage. That's correct.
And my previous comment of the foliage in the rendering is what's on the foliage plan. What's there is actually on the plan.
Correct, and actually, Paul can attest to that.
That's today's height at planting or height at 20 years from now?
This is, I think it's 10 years. Is that right, Paul?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I want to recognize that we had a letter post last meeting from Mr. Kaplan. We also had a letter that was about transportation. We had a letter from Peter McKellick about soil removal. It was kind of late, and I spoke to Doug today, and were you able to take a look at the letter?
I think it was that from John McKayla.
Oh, I just assumed when I saw McKellick, I assumed Peter.
No, I thought the two we got today were from John McKayla.
Peter? Yeah, okay, sorry, John. Okay.
I point out that if anybody wants to read them, they're on the village website.
Yes, on the village website. Before we go to the,
They'll be next month.
is,
Sorry, Sarah.
is Ashley online?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
I guess the next thing on the agenda is to go through this again. Ashley, you want to go through this, introduce yourself first, and then we'll re-go through the seeker process.
But yeah, she drafted a neg deck, right? And that's what she was gonna go.
She, when Mary Ann asked that she drafted it, she nodded yes, she drafted a neg deck. Could you go through it, please?
Sure. So I'm Ashley Lai. I'm a senior vice president at ACAREF, and I'm acting as a planning consultant for the planning board on this application. We did prepare a draft negative declaration.
Hold on a second. Oh, sorry. There was some copies of this on the back table. There's not enough. Now, maybe somebody who, we got an extra one here if somebody wants one. Go along with what she's reading. Anybody can run up here and take a copy.
So we had prepared a draft negative declaration for the board's consideration. My understanding is that this evening we will just be going through it, taking comments, and that it will not be voted on this evening.
Well, we're not voting on it because two sitting members who've been here for 2 years are not here. And I don't want to not hear what they have to say or listen. I mean, this is a major operation, and to move ahead without two standing members of the planning board, in my opinion, would not be appropriate. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure. So the draft negative declaration, it follows the standard template. It introduces the project with a brief description of the action. It is classified as a type 1. So it cannot be a condition negative declaration. It can only either be a negative declaration or a positive declaration. It goes through the list of materials that were prepared by the applicant's team, the memorandums that were prepared by by ACRF as well as James Hahn. I am noting that we are missing the memos that were prepared by the landscape architect, so we can add those to the reference list as well.
Actually, those were included in our memo.
Oh,
They were
okay.
attached there.
They're all attached.
They were all attached. Okay, so they are included. And then it references all of the comments that were presented by the members of the public as well as the planning board members throughout the process. It then walks through each impact area that it follows the same outline that's in the part 2 of the EAF form. So starting with land impacts, it identifies the soil that would be removed, where the trucks would go during construction time periods, and identifies the mitigation that's included as part of the project, which is conformance with the erosion and sediment control plan. It concludes that the documentation reviewed supports the conclusion that the proposed action would not result in a significant adverse land impacts. Section 2 is impact on geological features. There are not any unique or unusual landforms such as cliffs, dunes, minerals, fossils, caves on this site. So this is not applicable, and therefore there would be no significant adverse impacts. And this is consistent with the seeker handbook in terms of these conclusions. Similarly, impacts to surface water. There are no surface water resources such as streams, rivers, ponds, or lakes on the property. So no impacts there. In terms of groundwater, the proposed action would be served by public water and they would not be using any groundwater for landscaping or any other sources. So there would be no potential to introduce contaminants to the groundwater or an aquifer. The project site is not located within a floodplain or a floodway, so there are no flooding impacts anticipated. They do have to prepare a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and a draft has been provided to the village, and conformance with stormwater regulations would avoid impacts associated with flooding. In terms of air, the proposed action would not include a state-regulated air emission source, therefore no significant adverse impacts to air quality are anticipated. In terms of plants and animals, it is a previously disturbed site. It's primarily buildings, parking areas, maintained lawn and landscaping. There are no wetlands or other sensitive habitat features. Although there are trees that are going to be removed, they are proposing to replace those trees with a substantial amount of landscaping, including a mix of deciduous and coniferous native trees and other native plantings throughout the site. So as such, there are no adverse impacts anticipated to plants or animals. There are no impacts to agricultural resources because none occur on the site. In terms of aesthetic resource impacts, they are proposing to preserve the large 250-foot setback from Broadway, which is a requirement under the zoning. They did present some views from the public right-of-way, and they have been shown that they will be screened by topography, mature vegetation, and supplemented by additional landscaping and large setbacks. It's important to note that in DEC's guidance for assessing and mitigating visual impacts, that mere visibility does not constitute an impact. So the fact that they are including buffering, additional landscaping, is generally considered sufficient to avoid a significant adverse impact. In terms of historical and archaeological resources, the project site is not eligible for listing on the state or national register of historic places as determined by the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. They previously determined that both the one-story building and the house known as Woodcliff Manor are not eligible for listing. Although the applicant initially sought to adaptively reuse Woodcliff Manor, it was ultimately determined to not be practicable because of the inability to develop adequate fire access to the building or to comply with the zoning code's requirement regarding coverage limitations and wall height requirements. There are substantially contiguous properties that are eligible for listing on the state and national register. Those include Strawberry Hill Manor, the Old Croton Aqueduct, and the Villa Luaro. But as was noted in the earlier section, because there's landscaping proposed between this site and those properties, that would minimize the visual impact and not be considered a significant adverse impact on those resources. In terms of open space and recreation, the site does not contain any public recreational facilities or open space resources. They would maintain the private areas of open lawn and landscaping consistent with the character of Broadway. They're also including recreation resources for their residents, and they would be paying recreation fees as well. When all of those items are considered, there wouldn't be any significant adverse impacts to recreational resources. For critical environmental areas, the site is across from the Hudson River critical environmental area, which is designated for its exceptional and unique character. But because of where the project is located in the context of that, it's not anticipated to result in any significant adverse impacts. In terms of impact on transportation, this was extensively analyzed by the planning board and its consultants. They have included mitigation measures as part of the project, and with those mitigation measures in place, significant adverse traffic impacts can be avoided. Specifically, they conducted a full traffic impact study with trip generation, a detailed synchro analysis to study traffic operating conditions for the existing no build, build, and build with the mitigation scenarios at the following intersections: Broadway and Station Road, Broadway and Harriman Road, Broadway and Main Street, Broadway and Sunnyside Lane, Broadway and Matheson Park, Broadway and Riverview Road, Broadway and Fargo Lane / Circle Lane, Broadway and Strawberry Lane, Broadway and the site driveway, and Broadway and Meadowbrook. There was a crash analysis conducted. The proposed action would add minimal trips to the one location that did have a crash. In terms of parking, they've demonstrated that there is sufficient parking on site for the proposed uses through the provision of a shared parking analysis. In terms of queuing, they did provide a queuing assessment. The queuing is not projected to extend onto Broadway, and the applicant would have staff present during pickup and drop-off times to prevent queuing onto Broadway. There was a gap analysis done on Broadway, and it found that 1 or 2 acceptable gaps per minute on Broadway in the vicinity of the project site, and this would be sufficient to serve the demand for the proposed action. For site access, they provided site distance triangles on the site plan, which indicated that there would be sufficient site distance and visibility at the driveway. For pedestrian circulation, this is subject to DOT approval. The applicant does propose a hawk signal, which would, at the Strawberry Lane intersection, which would provide safe pedestrian access to and from the site, as well as serve the local community on Strawberry Lane to facilitate safe crossings at Broadway. Their analysis in their traffic study did consider all of the Route 9 complete streets improvements, and they conducted a sensitivity analysis as part of that study. In terms of roadway safety, as part of the traffic study, the applicant conducted a crash analysis, which only found 1 high crash location at Broadway and Main Street, where the project would be adding minimal turning vehicles. The proposed action will add vehicle trips on and off Broadway at the proposed driveway, and the results of the traffic analysis at the driveway indicate that the driveway intersection, including the turn movements, are projected to operate safely. The driveway also provides sufficient site distance for vehicles turning into and out of the site to safely maneuver onto Broadway. They did look at adding a southbound left turn lane, and we are recommending as the village's consultants that is not a viable alternative, and it would be less safe than what is proposed. We are identifying that what is proposed is considered safe. And then in terms of a summary of the mitigation and traffic improvements, the proposed action includes the following mitigation measures: a post-implementation study to assess operating conditions, level of service, and delay at all study intersections after the facility is open to determine whether additional mitigation measures would be required. So this is basically to affirm that what they have shown in all of their traffic analysis is actually what would occur in the field once it's open. Broadway and Main Street exit, extend the westbound left turn lane by 10 feet and modifications to the traffic signal timing. At Broadway and Sunnyside Lane, modifications to the traffic signal timing. At Broadway and Matheson Parks South / Heritage Hill Road, modifications to the traffic signal timing. And a reduction of the student population to 155 and staggered drop-off and pickup times, with 62 students arriving during the peak hour and 92 students arriving during the off-peak hour. That would be to make sure that the trips do not have an impact during the peak hours. With all of these mitigation measures in place, the proposed action would not be anticipated to have any significant adverse impacts to traffic and transportation. In terms of impact on energy, the proposed action would increase the use of energy to support the new building, and including the residential units and the school. However, it does include various green technology and sustainability features, including low impact HVAC units, low flow toilets, no VOC interior paints or adhesives, glues, and maximizing air filtration with a mechanical system that can provide for 100% outside air on mild days. They have operable windows and no use of CFCs or HCFCs. So there's no significant adverse energy impacts anticipated. In terms of noise, odor, and light, construction-related noise and dust would occur during the site development. However, these impacts would be temporary and subject to village regulations restricting construction hours. There was a study done on operational noise, which the planning board reviewed extensively. They are proposing to restrict the hours of operation for the rooftop area. There was an analysis done of the HVAC equipment, and with these mitigation measures in place, there would be no significant adverse impacts to noise anticipated. The lighting plan includes a photometric analysis demonstrating that there would be no light spillage onto adjoining properties, and the lighting would fully utilize shielded downward directed LED fixtures and be dark sky compliant, so no impacts from lighting as well. In terms of human health, the proposed action is not anticipated to have any impacts on human health from new exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants. There's no hazardous materials proposed to be used on the site. In terms of consistency with the community plans, the proposed action would replace an existing office complex with multifamily housing and a school. This is consistent with the allowable zoning uses of the property as well as the village's comprehensive plan. The project site is located in the MFO zoning district, and the proposed action is consistent with the district's purpose to encourage a diversity of housing. It's also consistent with the village's comprehensive plan in that it encourages affordable housing and multifamily housing on large MFO district lots. It would have approximately 20% affordable and moderate income rental units. It's also consistent with Westchester 2025's policies encouraging redevelopment of underutilized office sites, and the Westchester County's GML 239M letter from August specifically acknowledged the need for residential and childcare uses in their county planning board policy consistency analysis. So there's no significant adverse impacts to zoning or public policy anticipated. In terms of community character, the proposed action is consistent with the community character and would not adversely impact community services. They did provide a detailed fiscal impact analysis, estimating approximately 96 new residents, including 12 school-aged children, which amounts to approximately a 1.5% population increase. The fiscal analysis utilized standard multipliers, and according to the New York State Education Department, the Irvington Union Free School District had a total enrollment of 1,709 students in 2024 to 2025 school year. And this is actually a lot less than what was, it was actually the lowest enrollment over the last 10 years, with peak enrollment occurring in 2019 to 2020 with 1,776 students. So based on the historical enrollment trends, it's reasonable to conclude that the additional 12 students can be accommodated in the existing facilities. In addition, the project is estimated to generate approximately $785,000 a year compared to about $85,000 a year under existing conditions. So it's anticipated that the new residents will generate more than, will be able to offset those costs. The fiscal analysis also included an assessment of potential impacts to police, fire, and medical services, and it concluded that while the proposed action would potentially increase demand on those services, the tax revenues generated would outweigh the incremental costs of services, and it would not be a substantial burden on the local services providers. The applicant also provided an assessment of potential impacts to recreation resources, and it would not have a direct impact on open space or recreational resources and provide some on-site amenities for residents. They would be using private carting services for sanitation and recycling pickups, and snow storage areas will be provided on the project site, and it includes the stormwater pollution prevention plan to avoid any impacts to DPW's facilities. And then lastly, it does walk through all the guidance directly from the seeker law, summarizing that it will not result in a substantial adverse change in existing air quality, ground or surface water quality, or quantity, or traffic or noise levels. I don't know if you want me to read every single one of these, but if it goes through 617.7C1, Roman numeral 1 through Roman numeral 11 of the seeker law, and concludes that the board, having reviewed all the documentation provided and all the supplemental information, as well as that the proposed action will not have a significant effect on the environment, and a draft environmental impact statement will not need to be prepared. And I'm happy to take any questions from the board on any of those sections.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of reading. I have a question. Over the last many meetings, there have been several comments from the board here, at the planning board, and considerable documentation and from the public. And Sarah, you distributed all those documentation from the public. Mary Ann, you're positive, and actually in your review, you had all that documentation that was provided by the public. And all this document has addressed, or you looked at all those comments and incorporated it into what you just read.
Yes, through the date that this draft was submitted, I do recognize that there were a couple documents submitted this week. And based on those comments, I do recommend that we add some additional detail to a couple of these sections. In particular, the aesthetic resources impact section, the historic resources impact section, and the land use and public policy section. But I don't think that the conclusions will change. I think that we have enough documentation in the record to support the conclusions that are presented in this draft. I just recommend adding additional detail to explain the documents that the board is relying on to reach those conclusions.
Now, sharpen your pencil, but I'm sure there's going to be further comment because we have a room full of people here. I'll ask Varner if they have any comment on what we read.
No comment.
Anything from the board membership?
Not at this point.
I don't have any. Mike?
Nothing for me.
Mary Ann? Ed? Dylan?
Only thing, I mean, to make clear, and I think this is the point you were making, and they actually said that, just to make sure everybody knows, that all of the traffic studies that were submitted by Stephen Mafia, who was retained by INET, were studied by AKRF.
Yeah, and at those meetings, Elaine was here to discuss those comments, and they were.
Yes.
I felt they were aired fairly well. When it got a little repetitious, we moved on, but I think they were covered.
Those were all
completely. And in the Kaplan letter pertaining to transportation, and Elaine, covered that, and we're moving on from that. And the soil, we just got the thing from John, and we'll look at it. And we're not, as you know, we're not voting on this. So what you said about adjusting some of the findings in the document based on the latest documentation that was submitted, plus whatever is talked about tonight. Okay, I think, Mary Ann, it's safe to say we can open it to the public, right? Is there a chance someone in the room has something to say about this project? Oh, nobody raised their hand. Okay, moving on. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chris Lando from 3 Ardsley Avenue East. I have a lot of comments, but I'll try to keep it focused, particularly on this.
All right, before you start, we're not like the trustees with a 3-minute limit, but try to keep it short.
I'm
over 3 minutes.
I'm going to try to watch the clock. Focused on this. I might have an older draft. From what was read, it sounds substantially similar. I'd like to focus particularly on the conclusions related to traffic safety. And I told people people won't be able to see this, but I kind of printed a map of Irvington. You know, the intersections studied, the most southern intersection studied for this purpose was Station Road in Harriman. That's the northern half of Irvington. There's a whole other half to it. I know most of the people here are probably close to the project. I'm on Ardsley, which is on the south side. And I think, you know, understanding the quantitative impacts are quantitative. They've not been done for southern intersections. That's not necessarily my concern. My concern is the safety conclusions drawn. And that if the study were to include some of these southern intersections, the conclusions would be different, particularly the assertion that there are no high crash locations. The intersection of Broadway and Ardsley, where I live, I have witnessed 4 severe car accidents related to vehicles turning into one another in the time I've lived there. I've brought some pictures of them. They're not insignificant. Sorry. These included an incident where someone was flipped on their side and pinned against a utility pole, and it was exactly where people would cross the street in an unmarked intersection, but it's on the way to the train station, it's on the way to the only sidewalk. It's a dangerous intersection, and it's exacerbated by the fact that trips that are generated from Ashford Avenue tend to cut through Washington Avenue, and then across Ardsley, and then to Broadway, because the intersection at Ashford and Broadway is tedious. And that's actually creating a lot of traffic impacts on Washington, to the point where it's a huge topic among the traffic calming committee and the trustees. I say this because presumably some proportion of the trips generated to this site, particularly for the school drop off and the daycare drop off, are going to be south of Station Road. And none of those intersections were studied, and I have conclusive evidence, and you pull the police reports. There have been significant accidents, at least at one of these intersections. And so I would like that this board consider the study of those intersections as it relates to the significant adverse impacts, which, look, maybe I'm in the minority, you know, traffic is traffic, it will be what it will be, but the safety is paramount, and it's significantly important to me. I think it should be significantly important as we study the new intersection that we're creating at this driveway, which will be very, very similar in that you're going to have, absent DOT involvement, people trying to cross, I don't know how, dangerous. You're going to have no turn lane, which has created some of the accidents that I've shown, because whether or not there's a turn, you know, the argument in the report is that the turn lane is dangerous because people will go in and out of the lane and move around the traffic. Well, I can tell you they're doing that anyway, and just the nature of making another turn creates a complication. Drivers are impatient. They go around, and that creates an opportunity for accidents.
We got the basic message that you're asking us to, if you haven't already, to look at that. And we will, you know, the consultant has heard you, and if you have anything else to add, thank you.
The only other points I would add are around, you know, the report notes that absent the DOT involvement, the mitigations are insufficient. So there'll need to be affirmative state involvement to allow these mitigation efforts to take place. As someone who has tried to get safety mitigation efforts put in place at this particular intersection and been denied for reasons of clogging up traffic, I know it's not this board's purview to decide how we expend political capital with the state, but it would be very disappointing after many, many years of trying to improve the safety for existing people that we're going to use that political capital for a project that doesn't even exist yet, when we've not been able to achieve what we'd like. I'll table everything else, but those are the substantive issues I have with the report as it's been prepared.
Thank you. If not all the mitigation is subject to our permit, and if they can't meet it, they have to come back to us.
If they don't get DOT approval, they haven't satisfied the conditions.
Right. Anybody else? Yes, come up forward, please. And, excuse me, Ashley, ask, Elaine if she hasn't done already, and we've heard this before, you may have done it already. If not, take a look at that, okay?
Yes, we'll take a look.
Good evening. Adam Stellaro from Cy Paget and Rizal. I'm an attorney for neighbors of the project on Strawberry Lane. We submitted a letter today with attached expert reports explaining why the board must issue a positive declaration for this project. As the board is aware, there's a low threshold under SECRA. If you find that there's even the potential for one significant adverse environmental impact related to this project, you need to issue a positive declaration and have the applicant prepare an environmental impact statement. So tonight you'll hear from two experts, Matthew Allen from Saratoga Associates, who's a visual resources expert. If the technology works, we'll have visual simulations to show to the board and the public. And Michael Maris, who's an expert in traffic analysis. Our submissions demonstrate potential impacts from the project on visual resources, community character, traffic, historical resources, and material conflicts with Irvington's adopted land use laws and plans. I'd like to spend a few minutes on the comp plan, which is misunderstood frequently as merely a guidance document, when in reality, the comp plan is the constitutional basis for all zoning actions. It's what makes it lawful for the village to tell property owners what they can do with their property and where. So the comp plan really comes first. It sets the direction for zoning. Courts have struck down village and town boards, even legislative bodies, when their zoning actions conflict with the comp plan. So zoning follows the comp plan. It implements the goals and visions of the comp plan. Planning boards are bound by both the zoning code, as you know, and comp plans in review of individual applications. And then on top of this, SECRA adds another layer and requires a hard look at the project to see if it conflicts with the comp plan. So there are really three ways that the planning board needs to consider the comp plan. First, directly. Second, as expressed through the code. And third, through SECRA. And as we hear more from Mr. Allen and in our submissions, there's a direct conflict with this project with the comp plan and the zoning code. The comp plan could not be clearer with respect to the intention for the Broadway corridor and this property in particular. And just a couple of quick quotes from the comp plan. One of the main this is quoting from page 2 of the comp plan. One of the main purposes for commencing the comprehensive plan update process was to help the community settle on the appropriate zoning for the larger properties along the Broadway corridor, particularly on the eastern side of Broadway, north of Main Street. Also from page 2 of the comp plan, the preservation of Irvington's historic mansions and other historically and architecturally significant buildings and structures was a major focus of concern. And then finally, from the first goal, item A1 of the comp plan, the principal goal of the Broadway Corridor Group, which was ultimately adopted by the entire Comprehensive Plan Committee, was to have the Broadway Corridor remain much as it is now in appearance. So the property is really part of a key visual gateway into the village that is to be preserved in its character. The zoning code and the comp plan direct the planning board to protect the stone walls along Broadway as scenic resources, not merely as historic resources, to protect and reuse historic resources such as Woodcliff Manor, which I believe may be the oldest residence in the village, to preserve estate scale properties and to preserve screening from mature vegetation, which, as you'll see in the visual simulations, is going to be demolished by this project. So as you'll see in the visuals, the project is fundamentally at odds with all of these goals. There's no rational way that the planning board can conclude otherwise, and the neg deck circulated tonight should not be adopted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Before you leave, nothing to do with what we're talking about, but is Dan Rizal still with the firm?
He is. Yes.
He was the U.S. attorney and I was a chief witness against Standard Brands on the Hudson River.
Wow, it's going back a
When
long
he
way.
was U.S. attorney and I was doing what I did in my previous life.
Yeah.
And also Paget. Is he still around?
Still there. Yeah.
I'll ask him if he remembers David Zyland. We didn't agree on going on. We won. All right.
Would it be possible for Matt Allen to go next, and he has the visual simulations on
Okay,
Zoom?
sure. Mary Ann, you don't have to, would that have to come in writing so you could take a look at it?
He already submitted. it.
Oh, okay.
It was quite late today.
Yes, that's like 6:40.
Yeah, okay. Wasn't that enough time to review it?
I did. I just got a response, but I don't think you want to hear it tonight.
All right, you want to do your fellow next? So say hello to Dan for me.
Hold on, sir.
Hold on.
This is another one of our experts. It's our traffic expert.
Okay.
We're trying to get Matt Allen.
Is Matt
Who
Allen
do you
here?
want first?
First.
He's on the bottom.
Is he on Zoom?
We're working on it. Oh, yes.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good evening. I'm Matthew Allen. I'm a landscape architect with Saratoga Associates, and I have quite a few decades of experience in the disciplines of visual impact assessment and community planning. And I've been asked to ask how this project fits into the aesthetic character of the North Broadway neighborhood, and specifically how it complies or fails to comply with village planning policy and regulations. And I know you were just talking about it earlier today. We submitted a fairly lengthy letter to the board summarizing our assessment. And my purpose tonight is not to go over that point by point. I'll be respectful of your time and try to keep this to 3 minutes. But I wanted to briefly highlight the key analysis and findings of that letter. Obviously, being able to visualize the project from the surrounding neighborhood is key to the board's understanding of the project's visibility and aesthetic character. To date, the application has provided only limited materials to illustrate the visual condition. The most recent, the applicant presented earlier with what looked like an architectural elevation of the view from Broadway, which if it was an architectural elevation, it probably was not in perspective and was a bit skewed in what someone would actually see. So what's been submitted so far, also the illustrations only consider the full growth vegetation, which was acknowledged by the applicant under best case summer foliage conditions. And one would conclude by looking at that, that the building will be hidden. And that's a conclusion that's misleading and not factually accurate. So because the board needs a solid technical foundation to make an informed decision, we've prepared our own photo simulations to supplement the record, which I will share with you right now. And let me know when you can see that.
You can see it. I don't know if you heard it. We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I'm just going to walk through very, very quickly, but what I'd like to do is just briefly stop at this first photograph. We have 5 total, 3 from Strawberry Lane, or 2 from Strawberry Lane and 3 from North Broadway. And in each simulation, we show the project as it's proposed. Now, these simulations are based on the applicant's materials. We did not take liberties in what we were showing if the application had the information in it. The 3D model is geo-referenced and to scale, and as I mentioned, includes all visible aspects of the project. So what you're looking at here is the existing view from North Broadway looking straight onto the property in the location of where the proposed access road would go. So this is most analogous to the view that the applicant showed earlier. And just moving on to the photo simulation, what you'll notice is virtually all the vegetation on the project site will be removed, as well as the existing mansion, the segment of stone wall in this area, and will be replaced by nursery stock, nursery size vegetation The applicant chose to show it at full growth. In leaf on season, we chose to show it as planted during leaf off season, which is the time of year that we took the existing condition photograph. So I'll just quickly snap back to the existing condition, and you'll see all the vegetation is gone, the mansion is gone, the stone wall is effectively gone, relocated and redesigned to be an entrance statement, but it's quite a different view. And moving forward, just a look southerly down North Broadway, just to highlight the existing stone wall and the current site landscaping. And in the proposed condition, again, that is pretty much all taken away, and you're left with more of a corporate entry style on North Broadway that is not something that currently exists in this area. And then looking northward from the intersection of North Broadway and Strawberry Lane, again, what you're seeing here is all the vegetation removed. In this area, you're seeing the existing retaining wall has been removed but rebuilt lower to allow for sight lines. There was mention of the Hawk pedestrian crossing. That was not visualized by the applicant. So I took some liberties here in making an assumption on where that would occur. And it makes sense that it would there would be a crosswalk where the new sidewalk from the site exits onto North Broadway. Pedestrians have no other place to go except to a crosswalk, so that would be the logical place that the Hawk would go. And my understanding is the Hawk would just be a typical traffic light that would be activated by pedestrians, so traffic would continue until there's a pedestrian need at that location. But nonetheless, they are overhead structures with signage, painted crosswalks on the pavement. So again, a very significant difference in this area. And moving up to Strawberry Lane, at the location, this is directly opposite the driveway that leads to Strawberry Hill Manor, which is eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. Although the structure itself is set back, this is from the driveway leading to that. But more importantly, we're again showing part of the stone wall that exists in this area. And when the project is built, that stone wall will be substantially removed to create an opening for a emergency services pad for this side of the building. And you can see that the building is completely unscreened from this location. So again, flipping back, you have all the existing landscaping, stone wall, and greenery in this area will be removed, and the building will dominate the view from this portion of Strawberry Lane. And the last one I'd like to show is a little bit further up on Strawberry Lane, looking back down toward Broadway. And in this location, you can see that the existing stone wall is largely contiguous all the way down to North Broadway. And in this location, all of the vegetation that was in that photograph is removed. The stone wall is largely intact in this area until you get the break to allow for the emergency services pad. And because Strawberry Lane is raising an elevation here, you're at a sufficient height where a pedestrian or a driver would actually look down onto the roof of the proposed building. So, not only do you see the all of the building, but you are getting a much greater vista into the distance because the vegetation that was existing along North Broadway is now not there. So you get a much more open feel in this area. So just a couple of key points that Adam already summarized. The Village Comprehensive Plan lists a number of goals for this particular area that are memorialized in the zoning code. And these largely deal with, the key ones deal with vegetative removal, where zoning code section 224-72 requires that vegetation be preserved to the maximum possible extent. There's significant discussion of preserving the historic stone wall. And just at the site entrance alone, 92 feet of that stone wall as it fronts Broadway will be removed and replaced with that curved entrance sign. And the comprehensive plan and zoning refer to preserving significant landscape features, which include that stone wall, and the project violates that. And the last thing I want to highlight is that the architectural scale of the building. The comprehensive plan and zoning say to the greatest extent practicable, the historic architecture of this area should be preserved or replaced with architecture that is consistent with the character of the area. And this building clearly does not endeavor to be designed consistent with the estate character of the area. So to wrap up, the proposal fails to minimize impacts to the maximum extent practicable as required by the comp plan and fails to maintain the MFO district's requirement to keep the district substantially in its current wooded and estate-like condition. So this evidence proves that the project will result in significant adverse visual impacts. Therefore, the application should receive a positive declaration regarding visual impact and public policy. And we ask that the planning board note that they have a non-discretionary obligation to ensure that the site plan strictly adheres to the village code. And we urge you to require that the applicant directly address these clear inconsistencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all been submitted so that we can take a look at it and our landscape architect can take a look at it.
Yes, I believe that's true, but I'll let Adam answer that because he's in the room.
We're going to make sure we get copies tomorrow.
Yeah.
We submitted PDF copies with the letter today, but we have higher res ones that we can submit that are going to be better for your use.
Yeah. Okay. It's hard to comment on something in the first 5 minutes. So. You have someone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that presentation. You can take it out.
Good evening. My name is Michael Maris, and I have been a traffic and parking consultant for 60 years, 59 to be exact. And I have worked throughout the United States on thousands of projects. In this area, I'm familiar with this area for 10 years. I worked for a company that was in Elmsford, New York. So I'm familiar with the area. And then more recently, for 15 years, we were traffic and parking consultants to the town of Greenberg, where we basically reviewed projects and assisted the planning board, the zoning board, and the council. On this particular project, we were asked to review the documents and provide an opinion, a comment. I can tell you a lot of documents. It was hard to go through it, but I'll go through some of my comments quickly. You may ask me any questions that you may have. Starting from the beginning, the traffic counts are pretty old. They're already 3 years old. It's standard practice to count within the last year because we know that traffic changes. Then the projections are made to the year 2027. However, some of the documents say that it's going to take 2.5 years to build this project. Since it's already 2026, 2.5 years, the projection should be done for the year 2029 in order to be accurate and give you a good idea. There's been a lot of discussion of cross analysis and the statement that it will not increase the accidents. Well, traffic increases accidents, more traffic, more accidents. And unless they have done a crash analysis, the statement that it will not increase is not appropriate. The federal government has guidelines for that. The distribution, a lot of discussions of distributions. The one thing that was obvious to me that there was a problem was the applicant totaled the traffic, estimated the volumes of the residential and the volumes of the daycare center, totaled them, and then distributed them on the roadway using the same distribution pattern. That's totally wrong. Residential will have a very different distribution than the daycare. The residential is going to be going to places of work, to the train station, etc. The daycare is going to be coming from local areas. So you can't total them and distribute them. You have to determine the distribution of the residential, the distribution of the daycare, and apply them to their generations and then come with the total traffic volumes. There were, I think, 3 different ways that the distributions were determined. First, it was based on traffic counts at the Broadway Main Street intersection. That's wrong. It should be based on traffic volumes entering the corridor and exiting the corridor from all streets. The original distributions showed 5% from Main Street. We analyzed the whole roadway distribution. We calculated 18% from Main Street. I know that subsequently they changed it to 8%, but it's still low. Traffic from Main Street coming to this development is going to be making a left turn. That left turn from Main Street onto Broadway is already experiencing difficulties, has very long queues that go way beyond the existing storage lane. And these are basically what is shown in their documents. We did not do the visual. I observed them in the feed, but their documents show these long queues. And obviously those queues are going to be longer, with additional traffic. Another way that it was analyzed was based on a radius, a population within a 3-mile and a 5-mile radius. Using a radius is improper, and I'll explain why. The radius assumes that the people from 3 miles or from every location will come the same, equal to the people that are closer. Well, that's not what studies have found. Studies have found that when you have a destination, the people from closer distances are more likely to come to that destination than people from the longer distances. And the way to really do it is to do a gravity model analysis, which basically considers where the people would originate and gives it a weighted average based on the reverse distance or travel time. That hasn't been done. It has been done as a simple radius. Another way that I saw was surveys of existing daycare centers. I don't know whether that is appropriate either, since people send their children to daycare centers based on the specific daycare center. They don't just say, oh, this is there, I'm going to take it there. So I think in the end, a gravity model analysis needs to be done to clarify what is the distribution. How are the people going to come? And it should be done separate for the residential and separate for the daycare center. And incidentally, the daycare center is discussed as a school, and the children are discussed as students. They do have similar activities, but when you're talking about traffic and parking, we refer to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is referred in their traffic study. The Institute of Transportation Engineers says a daycare center is very different from a school and very distinctive, and provides descriptions of it. It says daycare center is for young children up to kindergarten maybe. A school is from kindergarten up to the 12th grade. Well, if you use generations for a school, some of those kids take buses, some of them are dropped off or something. So you have to use generations for daycare centers. I don't know what they use, because dozens and dozens of analyses, dozens and dozens of scenarios with 300-400 pages of computer printout. Been doing it for 60 years, and I had a hard time figuring out how is the general public supposed to figure out what's going on. And each of the analysis, the traffic impact study did identify what the generations are. But it's the analysis basically like saying we did this with this And this is good, believe us. And here's the computer printouts. I think, in my opinion, they should be required to put one document together that has all the scenarios. I don't know what is the scenario they're proposing. I don't know what is the latest. They should have them over there so the general public can look at it. The CEQA process says that it should be a final document that is deemed to be complete for you to review and for the general public to understand what's going on. And I don't think the general public understands what's going on. Staggered hours. I did not see anywhere any statement that says we have staggered hours at this school, and here's how it works. Here's how we enforce it. Let's see that. It's a theoretical thing. Now, I'm too old to have young children, but I have grandchildren, and I'm not going to go and pick up my grandchild. Sometimes somebody's going to tell me, no, this is not their schedule. You got to come back. We've looked at several existing daycare centers. Parents just came whenever they wanted to come and pick up their kids. They dropped them when they wanted to drop them. So they have to provide some kind of an example of an existing daycare center where they have staggered hours, how it works, and explain how they're going to enforce it. This is staggered hours, as far as I know, is theoretical, and theoretical doesn't help. There's a lot of talk about monitoring studies after this is built. And if the monitoring studies show that the numbers are accurate, then they get to have full occupancy without any restrictions. Okay? What happens if the analysis show they are inaccurate? The suggestion is that we will go and try to do something else if the Department of Transportation approves it. The Department of Transportation is already planning on narrowing the road. They're not going to approve mitigation to widen it. They're already talking about taking a 4-lane road and narrowing it to 3. So if the monitoring surveys show that they were accurate, they have the benefit. But if the monitoring surveys show that they were totally wrong, what's the benefit to the village? You can't go there and tear the building down. You can't close the daycare center. So what is the opposite? Hasn't been defined, hasn't been discussed. The 10 parking spaces. There's a statement there that there are 10 parking spaces. We did a survey at this location, and the average takes 10 minutes. So the 10 parking spaces can each be turned over 6 times in an hour, and therefore they can all serve 60 cars. That's totally wrong. First of all, any daycare center, including the survey, they provided a survey from the West Orange, New Jersey daycare center. It shows that 41 out of 63 cars that arrived during the hour, 41 arrived within a half an hour period. So how are you going to get staggered over there? Are the parents going to talk to each other and not show up until there's a car vacant? That's not going to happen. What they're going to happen, and we were consultants one time to Great Neck School District, and what we found is that people just park there and wait. And I think that's what's going to happen here. I think they're going to come and wait, or double park the car and wait for somebody to get out. The suggestion is, well, they're not going to, they can stack on the access road. That ain't going to happen. You can't park on the access road. It's for access. The fire department, if there's an emergency and the fire department wants to come in, what are you going to do? What is going to happen if somebody's parked on the waiting on the service road and somebody else wants to come in? They have to go in the opposite lane to go around them while a car is coming out. That's asking for disaster. You can't do that. The other suggestion is, well, they're gonna park in the garage. Well, that means that a parent comes over there, goes around and sees all the parking spaces full. They're gonna go all the way around, go down the access road, turn left, get into the garage and find a parking space and then walk up. That's a lot more than 10 minutes to do, and I don't think they're gonna do it.
You have more on your list?
Excuse me?
You have more on your list?
Just a couple of more things. I also, there is an analysis of the parking garage, and the conclusion is that they have sufficient parking. They don't have sufficient. They will, they want full occupancy, 176 people. But the analysis is with 92 students or children, whatever you want to call them. But if the survey showed that the estimates were okay in terms of distributions, they will have 176 students or children over there. So the analysis should be done for 176. And we did an analysis, and it shows that they will not have. Some of the analysis they have show long queues, etc. I get the feeling I've come a stay. Let me just see if I have anything else.
Excellent presentation. And I'm sure our traffic consultant, you did submit that in writing, correct?
We have to our client, I don't know what.
We received a copy, yes.
Okay. And
thank you.
All right, thank you. In hearing some of the language, I'm positive some of the things you talked about were looked at, and if they haven't been looked at, they'll be looked at again, or anything you mentioned that wasn't looked at, I'm sure your documents will be reviewed by AKRF, our consultants, which I think is in Elmshire, and you may have even worked for White Plains. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who would care to opine? Jan? You may have to take the mic off.
Jan Blair, back again. I live on Harriman Road, and a couple of the gentlemen were talking about not doing the traffic study in that area. And Harriman Road does go through to the Selma River Parkway, as we all know. So there's quite a bit of traffic that makes a left turn onto Harriman or coming up from the sawmill. They take Harriman to go to Broadway. So there is quite a bit of traffic coming in on that road. That definitely should be looked at. And in the past, as the left turn lane, I know Lydia Steinman was killed many years ago with that left turn lane at the top of Main Street because someone was rushing to go south and they didn't realize it was a left turn lane and they put it head on. So there's a risk of that. And so I have been the chair of the Open Space Advisory Committee for many years and very familiar with the comprehensive plan. But I'll start first with the historical references. Woodcliff Mansion alone is extremely important to the historic character of Irvington because we've lost so many, we've lost so many places. The size of this project is out of character for the village. After looking at the comprehensive plan for all these years, every 7 years, the comprehensive plan is reviewed. And I was on each one of those committees, 7, 14, and 21. And with every comprehensive plan, the entire committee, continually remarked one word that we used constantly was character. And the character of the village is extremely important. We have a lot of history here. It is critical that we maintain our character. That's why we all moved here, I think, because of the character of the village. It would be a dramatic change from the photos that we saw tonight. And there were some violations that the stone walls, we all know that the stone walls, that was part of the comprehensive plan to protect the stone walls, have a 75-foot setback and no cuts through the stone wall. That was part of the comprehensive plan that was written many years ago, and it's been honored ever since, up until now. So this would be a dramatic change after looking at those photographs, which make it look like an industrial. So this project will have for many reasons, it's going to have an enormous impact on Irvington. As the other gentleman said, the delivery of school children, pickup, drop off, food service, parents, employees coming to commuting to work. I don't know if that was ever studied or not. How many people would be working there, and what hours would they be changing, coming and going? There's going to be a lot of people working there. It seems like that intersection would be pretty bad. And I've calculated if we eventually, it sounds like they're going to have a red light at that. If it happens, they will have to have a red light at the entrance, which will make 5 lights from Harriman Road to Sunnyside Lane. There will be 5 lights. And if we all have traveled on Broadway during rush hour and the traffic is backed up way beyond Sunnyside Lane and south, it's a long wait. So if this proposal is approved, it's really going to set a precedent for Irvington. And looking at Broadway now, with the open space that we have on Broadway, there are other opportunities for major developments on Broadway. And there is a precedent could be set for this, that if we have allowed this development, there are developments right next door or close by that could do the same thing. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We're going to certainly look at the character, and there's other agencies in here. But you need to remember that the trustees rezoned this multifamily. And I'm sure in the 2 or 3 years it took them to rezone it, a lot of the character issues were brought up. Anyway, but a lot of the transportation issues, and certainly they weren't renderings, they were the pictorial was interesting, and we'll certainly take a look at it with our landscape architect. Is there anybody else in the room?
Eligible.
Go right ahead.
But I'm not as structured as all.
Just identify yourself.
Natalia Broida, 93 North Broadway. I've been following this meeting for a few years, as you all know. You've seen me here with all my emotional explosions. If I follow the pattern, like, right, if you as a teacher or as a bureaucrat is trying to establish some following some rules of behavior, I think this one is the most delinquent student. They show you invisible building with imaginary bush, with imaginary color and imaginary structures. And every time you guys ask, can we please see what it's supposed to look like architecturally, they bring you something else that doesn't follow the rules, right? It's playing you the plan and they can't even put it on the plan. It's like they fail on every lesson. They get an F on every lesson. So what do you think is going to happen as a planning board? If you're planning for the future of our community, what's going to happen tomorrow if you have a failed student, can't even plan where they're going to put the tree and tell you where it's going to be? Absolutely absurd situation. How you can plan the future? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Richard Levine, 75 North Broadway. So yeah, I've been here before, spoken about this hawk signal before, mainly relating to traffic. I've mentioned before that turning left out of my driveway is very hard. Multiple minutes can be sitting there. Now with the hawk signal, now we're going to have more foot traffic in front, people walking in front of our driveway, like more higher numbers, so I can't even sort of peer out of my driveway to turn left. it's ghastly. It's going to be noisy. I assume it makes noise. It's got a beep for the blind. Yeah, the visual aesthetics of the building itself, I find outrageous that you can or you might accept that, when I've seen countless board meetings, architectural board meetings, where you query the look of someone's fence that they want to put up or a light fixture on the front of their home. So yeah, I'd be very surprised if this is what you would see as in keeping with the village. And yeah, I would, their latest document that they showed didn't have this hawk signal, but they've spoken about it in the memo. So they haven't given any sort of indication of exactly where it's going to go in this latest one. I know in the past they have, but then they said it was going to be off the table, and now it's back on the table. Yeah, I just completely object to that, and just want to make it be known.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, someone in the back can hardly tell.
Asia Tract, 20 Strawberry Lane, to sort of a comment. Mr. Manfredi, Chairman Manfredi, a statement that the rezoning was approved after careful consideration. Absolutely agree. The MFO rezoning, correct, exactly. However, this project does not fit this spot. We went again. I mentioned that before many times, along with all other people who have spoken over the last 2 years. It's doesn't fit the character, doesn't fit the scope. It's too big. It's too ugly. It's industrial, and MFO. Yes, we need more housing. We need more diversity, but this project doesn't and doesn't comply with idea of what MFO was about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Horace Rubenstein. I live in 17 Strawberry Lane, and just as a comment, the number 4 picture looking the way Strawberry Lane say that it looks now, that's not the way the view from 17 Strawberry looks like. So I may have misunderstood, but that's not my view. Strawberry Lane is a beautiful street. The way it's programmed with the renderings that I just saw, they're going to destroy a beautiful street. Now, I agree with all the things that people said, but let me just add one more thing. I've been here now for 2 years. This feels like a merry-go-round. You know, you make suggestions as to how this developer should do things, and it's just over and over and over, and we never get past first base. So I'm concerned that I'm going to have a developer that I cannot trust. They're going to build something in front of my house that is ugly, and there's no mitigation. This is a developer that has not been able to assuage the worries of not even the dozen residents of Strawberry Lane. They haven't been able to tell us how they're going to make our lives better. All I see is a terrible project out of character for Irvington. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anthony.
Tony Alsmira, 1 Meadowbrook Road. I just want to comment on some of the legal analysis that we linked to CEQA. As it was discussed, it's the hard look standard is a rather low bar. If you find a single potential significant adverse impact, that's reason enough to require an environmental impact statement being prepared. Here, there's a multitude of potential significant adverse impacts, 2 or 3 of which the applicant has essentially acknowledged. The need for a hawk light is predicated on the fact that there's a concern about pedestrian safety. Pedestrian safety is one of the prime significant impacts that need to be considered. There's no guarantee that there will be a hawk light installed. There's no guarantee DOT will agree to that. But the very fact that it's been determined by this board that there should be a hawk light is essentially a finding that there is a potential for adverse impact in terms of pedestrian hazard conditions. Same can be said with respect to making a left turn going southbound on Broadway into this property. AKRF concluded that for a number of reasons, it would be dangerous and improper to provide a left-hand turn lane. Well, those very same reasons, the rationale that they provided for why that would be dangerous exists without the existence of a left-hand turn lane. Cars that are going to make a left turn are going to queue up to make the left turn. And whether there's a formal lane marked off there or not, the exact same thing will occur and the exact same hazardous conditions and traffic related problems will ensue because of that. No one's talking about eliminating the right to make a left-hand turn. In fact, it's assumed that it will be. And there's no way that a light is going to get installed there because the DOT will never allow for 5 lights in a row in that short span. So the very reasons articulated by AKRF as to why it's a dangerous condition exists with or without a turn lane. And that's a significant potential adverse impact. And lastly, the traffic studies done by the DTS have shown that there's failures under our code in terms of LO service failures, which are the same analyses it's done for CEQA purposes. There are multiple failures during peak periods up and down Broadway, and they're only going to get worse as you move the build year out to 2029, which we know is when it's going to happen if it ever got done, because their own charts show that it's a 30-month construction cycle. So we know there's going to be a level of service failures at multiple intersections. That's reason enough finding a potential adverse impact. The fact that they're suggesting that there could be various things adopted to mitigate those, some of which require DOT approval, which is by no means certain, others of which are operational in nature, which are unenforceable because as a legal matter, you can't tell a parent when he can pick up his child from daycare or she could pick up his child from daycare. That if you were providing a hard look analysis, you would have to conclude that that has a potential for a significant adverse impact, and therefore that's enough to require the EIS. I've given you just 3 right there that are conclusively examples of potential adverse impacts. I'll probably give you 50 more. Read the memos that we sent in. We've provided you with a number of them. We're just getting started on that issue. There's also, you asked for an analysis with respect to the complete streets. You told them to do it based on a 2029 build year. They did it on a 27 build year. They showed all kinds of failures. They didn't incorporate into their analysis any of the queuing analysis. They didn't incorporate into their analysis what would happen if a hawk light was installed. When you have a pulsing hawk light creating traffic backups along the way, you create a problem with the flow of traffic, which is designed to work a certain way based on the way the signals, the traffic signals are all coordinated. And when you start to disrupt that coordination with random happenings when people are, you don't know when they're going to press the button or not, it throws off the entire system. That causes a residual backup, a spillover effect that will, in reality, in our community, will go all the way down to Clinton. And that's what we're faced with. These are examples of what, if you were doing a true hard look analysis, you would say, this is not good enough. What she read earlier, Ashley, was a list of things that their experts provided which support everything that they're doing. And she just summarized it all. Basically saying, yeah, we read that. We wanted them to do something. They did it. We read it. They submitted it. So that's good enough. That's not a hard look analysis. You need to really vet what they're submitting. You need to have them dig deeper and really review this stuff in much greater detail. This is rubber stamping a bunch of stuff that they've submitted. This is not hard technical analysis, if we're doing hard technical analysis, you'd have no problem finding 15 to 20 potential adverse impacts. Thank you.
I know you're criticizing our consultant. We have a consultant and we will discuss all those things. Marianne, anything? Anybody else before Sarah, anybody on Zoom?
Yes, there's a comment in the chat from a Joger. And his comment is, this is an ecological disaster and may well be the most disruptive thing to ever happen to this community. The town will never recover from this poor decision to approve a project of this scale on a historic site. More traffic, more trash, less animal habitat, and displaced wildlife for years to come. Strongly opposed to this. We live on Strawberry Lane. It takes 20 minutes to cross Broadway on a Sunday to walk to the farmer's market. Weekdays are worse as are school days. Trees, we do not need new ones. The old ones are Siberian elms, which are historic and rare. There is an ancient magnolia there already. There are multiple mature oaks and elms and pines. I do not trust the town to protect them. This will be years of construction. 2 cars can barely pass on Strawberry Lane. The road will undoubtedly be used for delivery, which it cannot sustain. Strongly opposed as resident of Irvington. Hours in this meeting were spent on minutia of a fence color, a drain, yet this project is considered travesty. And the person that has their hand raised to speak is Earl.
Go ahead, Earl. Earl, you're muted.
Hello.
Go ahead, Earl.
We can hear you now, Earl.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the audio over the Zoom from the room is very poor, and so I just wanted to mention that, and I was hoping that and that you can hear me. But anyway, it is, and thank you all for staying up so late. It's nearing my bedtime. And I'm weary of the struggle, over the years between development and village character, and just wanted to reiterate that historic preservation and smart development are not mutually exclusive. They can both coexist at once with smart planning. And I just wanted to remind everyone that when the rezoning was being discussed, I think it was 2023 or 2024. I don't remember exactly. Marianne knows.
Both years.
When it was being discussed for the properties east of the North Broadway, the Irvington Historical Society sent a letter to the Board of Trustees urging them about whatever new zoning should be considered, that the preservation of the 19th century buildings along the North Broadway corridor be preserved. And I do recall that the Board of Trustees at the time really valued those structures and as contributing to the historic character of the village, as the gateway, as someone else had previously mentioned, the gateway to our historic village. And I do think that, and Marianne can correct me, but I do think that the language in the code, as a result of us thinking about that zoning back then, I believe we had the language of the code, of the new zoning code, say that the existing buildings that reflect the historic character of the village should be maintained or adaptively reused to the greatest extent possible, or practicable, actually. There's a difference between possible and practicable. And to be fair to the applicant, an earlier plan, in one of their earlier plans, they included Woodcliff, the mansion, but I believe that I tried to pay attention to all of the planning board meetings going forward. And I believe that there were zoning constraints that caused the applicant to revise the plan to eliminate the mansion. I think that little Gordian knot could be untangled, and we could have the preservation of the mansion and smart development of that project. The existing buildings, also the other existing buildings along the North Broadway corridor, like the Repose building, it's a romantic neoclassical home that was built by Edmund Coffin, who had some important local contributions to the development of Irvington. If the developer and we as a village can't preserve the mansion, then it's going to set a very poor precedent regarding those other contributing buildings along the North Corridor. There's not just that Edmund Coffin building. It's the farthest one north before you get to the projects, the condominiums. And it has also accessory buildings like a stone carriage house. And there's also a caretaker's building on Broadway, right on the wall. That's also to be considered, in our view, a scenic resource to be preserved. So I'm worried about the precedent that we'll set for all the remaining historical and cultural resources along that corridor. And to go back in reference to, SHPO not considering the mansion in its present state eligible for listing, we as a community, we really don't need the state or the national government to determine what is historical to us, what contributes to our historical character. We have the right to. Yes.
Could you wrap it up?
I'm wrapping it up.
We've been talking about the historical nature of the building, and have something new to add, and I would appreciate it. We've heard a lot of what you're saying already, and it's 11 o'clock. So.
All right. I just need to make that point, please, Mr. Chairman. And I respect you for your leadership here, but we as a community can determine what structures contribute to the character of our village without needing it to be listed by the state or the national register. And we're not really opposed to the project, the use of the project, or we're not really ignoring the property owner's rights. We're just asking that the existing laws that we have on the boards now be met to the furthest extent possible in terms of the historic character of that North Broadway corridor. Thank you. I'm wrapped up
Thank
now.
you.
And I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on Zoom or chat?
No.
Anyone else in the room? Kathy, you have anything about to digest?
Many inaccuracies that we heard tonight. And I think it stems from the fact that consultants were retained that don't have knowledge or have purposely ignored the entire record submitted to this planning board. Just quickly comment, and we will do so further because we just got this information at 6:40 at night. There's a lot of discussion about removal of trees. As this board may remember, in earlier reiterations of the plan, we proposed to retain more of the existing trees, but the landscape architect specifically said these trees certain trees were invasive and not in good condition should be removed. And the proposed landscaping plan that was extensively worked out with the landscape architect creates layers of screening to have layers of trees, layers of planting to have a screening effect. This was something that was extensively discussed in many submissions before this board.
One of my key comments is to have landscape architect look at the pictorials that we saw and see how the landscape plan stands up to those pictorials.
The photo simulations that we saw tonight, they don't incorporate any of the proposed landscaping, at least from.
No, I was going to ask Susan to look at it. I didn't want to pass judgment.
We also heard about the removal of the house. It ignores the extensive, efforts that were done in earlier versions of the plan to retain that Woodcliff Manor house and the determinations that there is no way to create safe fire access to the building for emergency purposes. So, to say that it wasn't considered to the greatest extent practical, it was considered in earlier versions of the plan, and it wasn't viable to allow that to be adaptively reused if you don't have safe fire access to the building. Many other inaccuracies I heard tonight, and it's sort of disappointing to have an expert come in and talk about a traffic review that's been undertaken for months and months and complain about the length of the documents submitted and the fact that there's pages and pages of computer data to supporting that. I mean, that's essentially what we heard today from the alleged traffic expert.
There was one comment, I think it was in chat, that we're paying attention to a fence at Castle, but we're not paying attention to this. I find it hard to believe that spending 2 years sitting here many times and a lot later than this is to be said the planning board is not paying attention is disappointing. Anybody else? Yes, Nick.
This is a direct comment.
I know you got to identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Nancy Adler. I live at 91 Riverview Road. I've been there for 43 years. And this is a direct response to the comment she just made. If the traffic study was done 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that was still COVID traffic. A lot of people in Westchester were still working from home. I have to leave Riverview Road every day, a number of times a day. I'm an EMT for IVAC. And I stopped responding from home because there are times it literally takes 5 minutes to pull out onto Broadway. It is the dangerous part of my day. And for someone who doesn't live in Irvington to feel that she was misrepresented by the traffic study is a nightmare now. So if you want to know what it's like, try, first of all, the other thing is Abbott House has more workers now. During COVID, they had very few children, very few workers. Abbott House uses Strawberry Lane and they exit through Riverview Road. So the line to get out of Riverview Road is not only dealing with the traffic on Broadway, but it's the traffic that is exiting from that facility. And they're going to have more children because Children's Village children are coming there. And now they're building another facility on the campus. They're modifying a building. So we all are dealing with this in Irvington. You probably don't live in Irvington, so I understand that you don't know what we're talking about, but I want to assure you it is a nightmare on Broadway at certain times of day, in the morning and in the afternoon. Sometimes you get a break in the day.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sarah, anybody on Zoom? Appreciate everybody saying it past 11 o'clock. I have no idea what the Knicks did. I have no idea what the Yankees did. a lost evening on sports. The meeting is closed.